Right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final day of this examination into the Bridging Island Plan. My name's Keith Holland. With my colleague Jeff Saltar, we are charged with examining the plan and making a report to the Minister. Please note that this is recorded and streamed, the session. So when you speak, can you please, if you've not been identified from the chair, can you please say who you are, who you're representing, and speak into the microphone, please, because otherwise the people who are following it, the vast audience we have out there, will not know what is going on. We'll have a break after each of these sessions because we've got, as you see, several sessions. Each person around the table has an opportunity of speaking for a relatively short time, and then we'll swap around. Can I just remind you that we've actually read all the representations. We're taking all that as read, and we've read both the representations at the initial stage and the further representations that have been made. So we're not here to hear a repetition of what is in writing. And we've been following that process throughout these hearings, and it's been very successful, and people have been very cooperative, and we're very grateful for that, because it means we've got through the programme as we hoped we would. Also, please don't raise any new matters that aren't in the representations. We can't at this stage entertain new matters that haven't been part of the whole two-stage consultation process that the states have initiated. The point about the session is to give you an opportunity to draw our attention to matters that are in the written representations that you think are critical points that we may not have picked up or maybe missed in the thematic session. So that's really the point about today's session. We have in the thematic sessions tried to get answers to all of the queries that we have about the written representations so that we can be properly informed when we write our report. So today, we won't be leading the discussion in the way that we have been. We will simply be making notes of what you say and giving the states the opportunity, if they wish, to respond to any of the points made. So, is that clear? Good. Thank you very much. In that case, we're going to start, Mr. Harding, with you.
Thank you, sir. I've got Mike Wallington, who's going to be...
Microphone.
Microphone, please.
Thank you, sir. Paul Harding, representing Association of Jersey Architects. Mike Wallington is also going to be assisting me. So we're going to do sort of a double act.
That doesn't mean you get double time, Mr. Harding.
No, I realise. Very briefly, a few concise points. Focusing on specific policies, policy GD2, community participation in large-scale development proposals, request the inspectors to look at the thresholds, because 10 or more homes is over, what could be 1,000 square metres or over that, compared to 400 square metres for a single development. And in terms of impact, there may be a difference, but I think the thresholds need considering. And also the 400 square metre floor space should really be specifically applied to other building types, not homes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Wellington.
Tall buildings.
Thank you. Policy GD7. Yeah, the association is still troubled by the inclusion of the Willie Miller urban character appraisal, which we don't think has been properly consulted upon. We feel it's entering the island plan under stealth. And whilst we acknowledge its guidance, we feel it's restrictive height guidance, and we think it will unduly influence decision makers. We support the character appraisal fully, It's simply the restrictive height guidance that we have a problem with. It doesn't seem to have been informed by any proper urban analysis to reach the guidance on the ceiling for height limits. And it doesn't even actually make the distinction between or the definition of what a story is. Obviously, a story can be a hospital story, as we know, that's 5 meters. It can be a commercial story, which is closer to 4, or it can be a residential story closer to 3. So it would suggest that there ought to be some tempering wording in the island plan, because as it stands, I don't think the height guidance is fit for purpose. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Did you want to raise anything?
No, look at that.
The States?
I'll look at those, yes.
Yeah, the States, do you want to come back?
So I think we'll come back on both those points separately, if that's okay. So policy GD2, which was started on, just to clarify that the plan adopts a consistent approach to its thresholds, which is 5 dwellings in 200 square metres or 10 dwellings in 400 square metres. We've explained why in our statement response. There was a point about why, to clarify that the 400 square metres doesn't apply to non-residential development, just to draw your attention to that we have actually made that clarification in the Minister's proposed amendments to the plan in part 6 of our response, in that actually the square metre amount isn't to apply to residential, it is non-residential. Thanks.
Just on GD7, sir, just on terms of the issue about not being properly consulted upon, clearly the evidence base has been in the public domain since April and was open for comment when the St Helier Urban Character Appraisal was published at the same time as the draft plan. We will take a view as to whether further consultation is required in terms of supplementary planning guidance that follows the adoption of the plans. In terms of not being the subject of proper urban analysis, clearly the St Helier Urban Character Appraisal is what it says on the tin, sir, in the sense that it is an objective assessment of the urban character of St Helier, and specifically one of the key requirements of that piece of work was to look at the capacity of different parts of the town to accommodate new development, both in terms of density and height, sir. So we would submit that it is informed by some objective analysis. We note the point about the varying story heights, and indeed that's acknowledged in the preamble to the policy. But I think if the policy's looked at in detail, it's the definition of a tall building simply triggers the policy requirement and activates the policy, and the important issue is the assessment of building height relative to its context. So we would argue that it's not a key consideration in terms of precise story heights, but we're happy to consider any revised form of words that the inspectors may wish to recommend, having considered the issue in more detail, sir.
Okay, thanks, noted.
Thank you. Turning to policy ME2, passive house standards outside the built-up area. This is a completely new policy that doesn't exist.
Yeah, we had quite an
plan.
extensive discussion about it. I don't know if you were here.
I've heard.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
okay.
It's been reported to me. We would just submit that really this is not a suitable to be introduced into what is a temporary bridging island plan. And also, why is it only homes and major development outside the built-up area? If we're aiming for going carbon neutral, then this should apply equally to inside the built-up area. It just seems to be illogical that it only covers what would be a very limited amount of development outside the built-up area compared to inside it.
Yeah, okay. We had a full discussion about that. I don't think we need to carry on with that. Any further points from the architects?
Yeah. The request that you look at the wording. Request that you look at the wording. Protect or improve, protection and improvement, protect and/or enhance in the island plan. It's used in multiple policies, which I won't list, but I've given them to your programme officer, and whether the wording unreasonably harm or improve, enhance is more appropriate in an island plan, because protect would imply that there can't be any change, whereas we know development involves change, which may be appropriate or inappropriate, of course. And concluding remarks, we remain extremely concerned about the lack of definition within the Bridging Island plan about what types of development may be allowed in the Green Zone and Coastal National Park. It seems that we've had an amalgamation of these two zones into one criteria.
Yeah, I saw that in your representation.
Yeah.
I've seen that. Yeah, okay.
Go.
One very quick one from me, if you don't mind, please, sirs. Policy H1. I think not all UK and London-based policies travel that well to Jersey, and we would request some flexibility in the wording around one part of the H1 policy, which is to do with single aspect units. We're not aware there's any evidence base of single aspect units adversely affecting people's well-being in Jersey. We are aware that in the UK and in London in particular, district heating is commonplace and the pipes are run through the central corridors, and that does lead to overheating. We don't have district heating in Jersey. However, double-loaded corridor layouts are an extremely efficient way of providing housing. Obviously, one would not want to see endless undaylit corridors, but there are ways of dealing with that. And so I guess the flexibility would be to maybe recommend rather than prescript against single aspect units, as we believe it could be inefficient in terms of land use. It's going to frustrate the delivery of new homes when we've got a housing crisis. And on that basis, we don't think it's a particularly sustainable policy if it's rigidly imposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you need to come back at all, Mr. Pilley?
I think, sir, just to raise the issue that obviously the issue about the wording of protect or improve, etc., was considered in quite a lot of detail during the Historic Environment Day. In terms of the housing policies, I'm not sure that I recognise that our policies are London derived from London, but the issue of single aspect units of accommodation is becoming an increasing challenge in the island, particularly on those denser, deeper block forms of development. So we just raise it as a material consideration.
Right.
So.
Thank you. Right. Thank you very much for your concise explanation of what you wanted. Mr. Nicholson, you've arrived in the nick of time.
Good morning, sir. Unfortunately, we don't get to influence what order the planning committee also wants to see us.
Well, right. What do you want to tell us? And you have 10 minutes at the most.
That's plenty, sir. I had actually prepared a kind of monologue about the whole process, but I will spare you that and go straight into the site-specific matters, which I think are important to raise, and which I had already put through the programme officer. First of all, so the steam clock site. We've made a representation on behalf of the ports of Jersey. The steam clock site has no specific designation in the current island plan. And the proposal is that it becomes protected as important open space. We think that is unnecessarily negative. The emphasis is certainly not positive within that policy framework, and our request is that it remains built-up area without the designation. I can refer you to the open space audit, which is a background document, not subject to any public consultation, not adopted, but it does acknowledge that there is no qualitative need for further civic open space, yet the island plan still pursues this designation. We've also got the South West St Helier framework, adopted as SPG, which has been subject to public consultation, in which it is identified as part of a wider key opportunity site. The narrative in the key opportunity site text is much more open than the open space policies of the island plan. It acknowledges the need for a sense of place. It acknowledges that it is part of a wider usable area with Weybridge and the space around Liberation Square. But it is open-minded in its commentary for the future use, and we request that the framework, the Bridging Island Plan is altered to rely on the built-up area status and the open commentary within the South West St Helier planning framework.
Can I just ask you, Mr. Nicholas, are you acting for Jersey Ports on this? Because I saw a representation.
Yes, Ports of Jersey, yes, sir.
Ports of Jersey, sorry. Good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Then my second point to make submissions on is in relation to green zone and built-up area boundaries. I think you will recall in the housing sites the coat door submissions right on the corner, the
Yes.
southeast corner. And this kind of conundrum about where does this issue fit in the agenda for the rest of the examination. Cote d'Or is a residential garden. There's permitted development rights. It could be hard surfaced. Structures could be added to it. And we think it is a prime example of how the boundary of the built-up area needs to be looked at in a more specific way. There are no controls over the landscape in there. It's a garden that can be planted as the owner sees fit. It's also not really a strategic gap. It is a very, very small space in a strategic sense. And there are lots of other gardens around that coast which are certainly not considered in the same way. So again, we would like your views on the built-up area stroke green zone boundary for that site. I've also made submissions, the second of the 3 points, second of the 3 sites, Maison De Longchamp. This is out on the road to Corbière, on the other end of the south coast. We have made lengthy submissions which the Minister responded to. I cannot see that the Minister's response is sustainable at all. What has happened on this site through the development control process over the last 20 years has resulted in it being an urban site. The green zone contains one brand new dwelling. It also seems to split another building in half. The access is now through the green zone, and they are areas which are designated for their landscape value. Of course, there can be dwellings within the green zone. Most of the island is green zoned by area. But in relation to its characteristics, this is a built-up area site, and I just cannot see a more black or white instance of it on the island, and I would like your views on that point, sir. The third, in the same category, relates to the points that we've made in relation to Les Ormes Golf and Leisure Village, which, again, I hope you've been to.
I've been there.
Your tour of the island.
I've been on site, yeah.
And we've asked for 2 points to be considered as part of your deliberations. First of all, whether this is a site which has the characteristics of a built-up area zone, and secondly, whether your deliberations would consider a tourist designation in accordance with the other prime parts of the site, the tourist destination areas, designated in St Bernard's Bay, etc.
Yeah. Okay.
So that is my conclusion.
Thank you very much. States, do you want to come back?
Yes, sir, if we may, in different parts, if I could ask my colleague to address the steam clock site first, sir.
Okay, so I think we've quite clearly set out our reasons for proposing the designation of the steam clock site as protected open space in our community site assessments report. Equally, we draw off some of the wording of the supplementary planning guidance that Mr Nicholson's referenced to, and I think you could be selective in which wording you choose quite clearly, because I think the wording that we've selected is encouraging the site as a key opportunity to connect the existing open spaces and improve that area. It doesn't necessarily mean that that site should be developed. So I would just stand by the evidence base that we've already provided. With regards to the protected open space policy, it doesn't preclude entirely against development. It just requires the developer to undergo a series of tests, which, should the developer wish to bring this site forward, they may, of course, be subject to those tests.
Okay.
Just on the coat door sites, I think we considered that in some detail when we discussed the Appendix 3 sites to some extent.
We considered it. It was Appendix C site, isn't it?
That's right. So I think we would submit, sir, that it does provide a strategic gap. It provides relief in the built-up urban coastal strip, and it would be inappropriate for that site to be released for development, sir, or incorporated into the built-up area.
Okay, well, I've seen it.
Yep,
so,
okay. On the matter of Les Ormes, sir, we think it's inappropriate to either define that as a tourism destination area or to designate it as built-up area. It's not contiguous with the built-up area. It's contiguous with the operational area of the airport. It's a site that's evolved from a leisure use and now has some self-catering accommodation on the site, but it sits in a sensitive landscape setting, particularly on its western boundary, sir, where it abuts the Coastal National Park, and so we would submit it should remain as currently designated, sir. And if I can ask my colleague to deal with Maison De Longchamp.
Sorry, yeah. In respect of Maison De Longchamp Green Zone built-up area, we would endorse the Minister's position in terms of the fact that he is not minded to change his position and amend the built-up area boundary in this instance to regulise domestic use.
Can you elaborate a little on that, Mr. We're told that that's actually a built-up site.
I think they are looking to extend the zone further into the green zone, and there are many examples of other properties in that area that have a similar sort of setup, if you like, in terms of having other ancillary uses, but that doesn't mean they automatically revert to built-up area.
So you'd be worried about a precedent being set?
I think so, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Right, good. Thank you very much. Mr. Howell is not here, I don't think, but somebody else. Somebody else is here.
Yeah. Good morning. It's me.
Good morning,
Andy Howell. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to come this morning, and thank you for all your hard work and that of the department. I just would like to just touch on what Mr. Nicholson said in reply, that when we started the proper plan for the island.
Sorry, can you just tell me your name?
My name is Andy Howell.
Okay.
I'm a member of the public.
Right.
Before this draft island plan was arrived at, in I think 2018, 2019, a series of workshops took place for a permanent 10-year plan, and in that plan we discussed the steam clock, and we said it's a very, very important open space area and it should be protected as such. And I remember speaking to Natasha at the time, and I don't think it should be built on.
Okay.
Anyway, and the first thing I was just wondering if I could retouch on C13, because I wasn't able to attend. I think this unnecessarily provides a permissive framework predisposed to approving a hospital planning application and binds an extensive part of Westmount to be exclusively for the hospital. This constitutes improperly injecting political will by stacking the deck for a favourable outcome, by reducing the threshold on good planning principles and impact assessment. Importantly, it also leaves the island in a very difficult position in the case that the planning application is turned down. And I think we need a contingency of Warwick Farm and St Saviour's Hospital not to be committed to anything, so that we have alternatives, because it would be very awkward if we just confined to one site.
Mrs. Hull, I'm going to stop you. I've read that probably several hundred times in the representations.
I'm sorry to bore you, but it is really important, because we do want a hospital, but we do want to have the opportunity to be able to have it elsewhere if we don't manage to get it done at Overdale.
Okay.
The other important thing I wonder if you two might be able to consider is that at the moment we do not have an independent planning department. It's changed.
That isn't something we can consider, I'm afraid.
Okay, but it's very important, and I think it should be independent again, because there's a lot of conflict of interest at the moment.
Sorry, I
can't. That's fine.
We can't help you with that.
No,
I'm
okay. Thank you very much. I wonder, with no population policy and so close to an election, it is not an appropriate time to set aside so much of our green countryside and housing to make for housing and for this draft island plan.
I've read several hundred of those representations as well.
Okay, so you don't want me to carry on with that?
No, because I've understood that point.
Okay, I just feel that in Jersey, it's our coastline, our vibrant St Helier. I'm sure you've heard of this before, about the countryside that's really, really important. So we started off with this process when I think there were 10 sites for housing. So we all wrote in and put our little piece, and that was fine. And you went round the parishes and everybody understood. And then I think the Assembly have been asked to put in more sites, and then the Minister has got a plan B of different sites, and now I've read that there are 61 sites being considered, and it's just the public have had no opportunity to comment. There are sort of many people who suddenly will find that there's a field next door to their home that's going to be put forward for housing, and it's just not a democratic process. Stick with what you said to start with and have the 10, but the other site should not be included in this plan. This is a draft bridging plan. I don't think we should be doing it at all. We should wait. This is so close to the election. We've got a very good, well-tried, well-tested plan at the moment. The election is coming up in 5 months' time. This won't be considered in the States till March. I don't know how long it's going to take to become law, but straight away it becomes. But it's almost that this government are trying to impose their political will on the island when they may not be there after May the 9th. And it's just, we should be waiting till we've got a population policy, waiting till we've got the census result, because we had a census 8 months ago, and they haven't.
I'm going to stop you because I've heard all of that many times.
It's very concerning. I don't think we should be going for this draft island plan.
Don't worry, I do understand that.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
It's taken the states quite a long time to think about population policy, so if we waited for that, we might be waiting very long.
Yes, but we haven't got the infrastructure.
But we are making progress, I know. We've had that discussion.
But we haven't got the schools, we haven't got the water. We've got to... Yeah, well, thank you very much. But they're all very important points for the public. Thank you.
I can assure you we're taken fully into today.
Thank you. I as you're aware, we've covered many of these points at length over the course of the EIP. I think one point which has been coming up recently, particularly in correspondence, is about the consultation process that the plan has been required to undergo. Of course, as Ms Howell said, we started this process with some sites that the Minister for the Environment had identified and endorsed, which is actually coming from a process that preceded that, which was the Call for Sites process, where we received about 500 submissions of sites to come forward. Of course, the Minister evaluated all of those and arrived at what he felt to be the right location and number of sites in order to meet the housing requirement. Because of the democratic process that we must undergo, we received many comments on those sites that we had put forward. We've received many comments about the housing numbers, and the Minister has tried to respond to those comments as a part, as I say, of a democratic process of consultation. However, from the outset, the Minister had always said that he didn't offer support for these sites, and for the vast majority of those sites, he maintains that position. So for the 60 sites that are repeatedly coming back through the consultation process, the Minister is maintaining his stance that he doesn't support them. So it's very difficult for the Minister to reopen consultation on something that he's made quite clear he doesn't presently support. Of course, continuing with the democratic process, that states members act on behalf of islanders in their work of the Assembly, and they make propositions in response to the requirements of their parishioners and all islanders as a whole. So again, I just want to say that this is because it's a democratic process. We're going through an iterative cycle of planned development here. The Minister made clear his preference. He's now responding to comments, and it will be for the decision of the States Assembly to decide ultimately which plans are in and which plans aren't. We appreciate that through that iteration, some sites come up higher the list later on in the process, but there's unfortunately little we can do about that.
Good, thank you very much. I know that probably doesn't satisfy you, Mrs. Howell, but there we are, part of the democratic process. People are entitled to put forward sites, the 61 sites you're talking about. That's what they've done. That's part of the democratic process. The states will consider them after we prepare our report.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
it's important to note, hang on, just that, I mean, those 61 sites, the Plan C sites, I think, is that what you mean, were objected to by the states. So when people came forward to the hearings, put forward why they thought those sites should be, Mr. Nicholson can confirm that because he put some of them forward, and the states said that they weren't supportive of them. So we've taken evidence about that from the states.
No, thank you very much. It's just I feel for the public of the island. Thank you.
Is it also worth saying, sir, that there has been opportunity for further representations to be made on those submissions as well?
And they were. Yes, and they were. Right, I'm going to move on. I'm going to move on to Mr. Moon. You're the next one round the table, so I'm going to come to you now, Mr. Moon.
Good morning. I'm not a representative for any financial or political interests or any organisation with special interests or focus. My intention is simply to articulate the concerns of a member of the ethnic minority, that is, a native of the island, someone whose family has lived in the island for generations, to whom the quality of life in the island is of paramount importance, and our children and grandchildren are not forced out to accommodate wealthy immigrants who, with the finance industry, are the prime cause of the overheated property market and housing crisis. I confess I've looked at the wood rather than the trees. The prime thrust for this bridging plan comes from the desire to diffuse the housing shortage of affordable homes, something to which I can relate, having experienced the frustration as a young man struggling to obtain a home and having children facing this problem, which has caused one and now a second to leave the island. In my opinion, the bridging plan is not sustainable. From an historic perspective, the island has been striving for some 60 years, ever since the late 1940s, to solve the problem of shortage of affordable housing. In the 1950s and 60s, many young people despaired of making a home in Jersey and emigrated to Australia, New Zealand and Canada. Many, of course, go to university and training outside the island and do not return. Several attempts to resolve the problem by building our way out of it have failed. They may have brought some temporary relief at the time, but that is all. The first initiative was the introduction of the state's loan scheme, whereunder the states made 40-year loans at low interest to those wishing to build their own bungalow or house. This was highly successful and resulted in housing estates springing up in St Clement and in St Broad, around Lake Kenvay and Red Houses area. The concept of establishing village developments in the country parishes was introduced by Mr Barrett in his 1950s island plan as the mechanism to solve the housing shortage. But this was short-lived. As the constable of the country parishes responsible for implementing it, having satisfied the demand for sites by residents of their parish, did not hold the remaining rezoned land in reserve for a period of years to meet future demand from their parishioners, but opened applications to all and sundry, with the result all the village development land was absorbed in 2 or 3 years. This was followed by the deputies for St Helier pressing the housing committee of the day to demolish the substandard cottages in New Street, Charing Cross and other areas of town, and answering the housing shortage by building high-rise blocks of flats there and at Les Moray and St Clement, and a new housing estate at Liscay. This again provided a temporary relief, but not a long-term solution. The difference in approach in these early attempts, and now apart from the Barrett village developments, was that housing estates were located on areas regarded as wasteland, that is, of no agricultural value, whereas now they are regarded as of high environmental value. As a continuation of that theme, the states thought they would deal a knockout blow which would crack the problem by employing the firm Sir Lindsay Parkinson to build an estate of terraced and other houses along the Kenvay. Alas, the result was the same. In common parlance, a busted flush. I hope this illustrates that however much we want to help those in need of affordable housing, it is not going to be accomplished by further incursions on the countryside or high-rise blocks of flats in town, which is primarily a town of low-rise streets of houses. I submit the problem with this approach is that it is an attempt to treat the effect rather than the cause of the housing problem. The causes are several: economic policies based on generating more and more growth, which places demand for more workers, and a failure to introduce controls on immigration and population growth. This plan makes reference to several industries: finance, agriculture, tourism, retail, but it's silent that does not deal with the elephant in the room, the building and construction industry, which over the years has been one which has attracted immigrant workers who settled here. For instance, the planning application for the new hospital has revealed it will create 1,400 jobs. The island needs these like a hole in the head. That and its knock-on effect on the stone quarries and sand excavation is not sustainable, whilst the industry remains wed to the use of concrete as the prime, if not only, building material. I'd hope the plan might make the case to move away from concrete to other materials such as timber, which is used extensively in house construction in countries such as Scandinavia, Austria, Switzerland, Canada, USA, to name a few, which can be imported in prefabricated form at a fraction of the cost and quicker to erect than concrete structures. There's not to say there are not other modern materials available which would be just as suitable. To my mind, this would be better than continuing to absorb green fields for quarrying, particularly stone, just like sand, could be imported from France. Many of the granite buildings were built with stone imported from France, so this would not be anything new. Similarly, there were wooden prefabricated bungalows in many parts of the island, which have since been demolished and replaced with concrete structures. We are unfortunately receiving conflicting messages from the government. They have launched this initiative to produce affordable housing, when they have and continue to develop sites with flats for sale to non-resident and resident investors, rather than islanders who are in need of housing. I support the introduction of the policy EV1 restricting the change of use of hotels, as the only reason for permitting this change of use was the self-interest of retiring hoteliers who claimed they could obtain larger bank facilities so that when they retired from the hotel business they could sell their hotels to developers rather than to fellow hoteliers. The states have compounded this approach in relation to the new hospital and before the planning application for the new hospital at Overdale has been approved. In contradiction of their support for the tourism industry, they've sold the hotels that they had acquired to expand the existing general hospital site to a developer to be demolished and replaced with utilitarian flats. Not exactly what was envisaged for the mental health and being of the population, particularly following the experiences in lockdown during the pandemic. In total disregard of the advice of their own consultants, Arabs, they built speculative offices on the waterfront site, which they were advised was the premise site for a new hospital. Construction of the new hospital at Overdale is not just controversial for its location, but for the demolishing of 19 homes and felling of 150 mature trees, hardly in keeping with the objectives of this plan. Some short comments on other aspects of the bridging plan. Suffice it to say, whilst I'm supportive of initiatives to encourage biodiversity and preserve the coastal areas with coastal park proposals and the seashore, I do hope this will not lead to an exclusion of the public from those areas to which they have had access for generations and to reserve them for the favoured few who regard them as their sole province, when at the same time importing sheep to devour the natural vegetation on the north coast and replace it with plantations of conifers, neither of whom are indigenous to the island, changing the nature of the landscape in perpetuity. I also fail to understand the restriction of aquabusinesses to Greville Bay. For instance, seeding oysters in St Albans Bay would have a twofold effect, providing more oysters for export and reducing the nitrates in the water which create the annual invasion of sea lettuce onto the beaches. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you want to come back at all, Mr. Billy?
No, sir. I think we'll just leave that as it is.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Dunn. The green one.
Oh, right, okay. My mind is ready, but my bladder isn't. Can we have a few minutes, or is that new information you can't receive?
No. We can have a short break. There's nobody else, I think, in this. Oh, we've got somebody else who can take your place. You may be excused for.
Thank you. And can I go around that way since?
You can indeed.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholson, yes.
Mr. Dunningham, good morning.
So I thought that was 11 o'clock onwards.
Well, you were, but
you were. That's fine. We're
flexible.
We're being
see.
Flexible.
Now, I don't know if you probably weren't here right at the start, but can I just emphasise again that we don't really need to hear from you matters you've put in your written representation. We want just simply you to draw our attention to anything you think is really critical. So you have a limited opportunity to explain where you're coming from, but not to repeat everything you've put in your written representations. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I have no intention of doing that.
Good. Excellent. Thank you. Right. Off you go.
So I wanted to check that you'd read the written representation.
We have, definitely.
Obviously, I've read everything. I've not seen anybody, I've since read the scrutiny report that came out recently, and there appear to be no proposals whatsoever as to how to actually fund, other than the £10 million that the Housing Minister is proposing. A lot of the previous attempted solutions for affordable housing haven't left the houses available for future affordable purchase, and so there needs to be a solution that enables continuing shared equity for the second purchaser of the property. There needs to be variable shared equity depending on the position of the individual involved. So a young person that's earning a relatively small amount of money should be able to get on the ladder earlier, so that they can then ratchet up the amount of equity that they own. And if you've read my proposal, that's what my proposal is,
Yep.
that there's a proper structure for it. And there hasn't hitherto seemed to be any debate about it whatsoever.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would argue that we have actually debated this at length, particularly during the housing policies in the first week of the examination. I think reading your representation, it's more leaning towards the provision of over 55s type homes and affordable homes more broadly. So just on the point of funding, that is of course the responsibility of the Minister for Housing and Communities to deal with the funding routes for affordable housing provision. So out with the plan. On the issue of how we secure affordable homes and whether or not that's in perpetuity, I think we've also been very clear that we would look to secure affordable homes in perpetuity. We have accepted that in the past the mechanisms for doing so have been less than perfect, and we have lost housing stock into the open market as a result. But we feel that now our processes have significantly matured and our legal mechanisms are much more robust to ensure that these homes are secured in perpetuity for affordable homes. Thanks.
You don't need to press it. Oh.
Do I get any?
Yes, you can come back quickly. Yeah.
On what basis do you think the existing system in any way, shape or form works? So somebody buys an Adium home buy, when they sell it, the buyer can't take advantage of shared equity.
So as I'm saying, that is out with the plan. That is the responsibility of the Minister of Housing and Communities, so the Minister for the Environment can't actually resolve that issue through the Bridging Island plan.
Right. And what about having a separate category for last time buyers on the gateway as well?
So that has been discussed. Again, that's the Minister for Housing and Communities, but the right-sizing policy, which is the mechanism that the Minister for Housing and Communities has proposed for this specific issue, is very clear in the Minister's Housing Action Plan that that would require a new category in the Affordable Housing Gateway.
Any mechanism for me trying to follow this up in future? Yeah,
Well, not throughout. We've made notes and we'll be recommending about the housing policies, but I mean, it sounds like to me that you need to follow it up with the Minister for Housing and Communities.
and you don't have any comments on it?
No, well, that's not part of our remit. You missed Mr. Holland's earlier introduction about what we're charged to do in terms of writing a report on recommending whether or not the proposals in this plan are meet a number of criteria set out in the Planning Act, but the mechanisms for allocating and maintaining in perpetuity affordable housing are not part of our remit, I'm afraid.
You may wish to obviously follow the progress of the Minister for Housing, who I'm sure will make a variety of announcements of his intentions to resolve some of the issues that you raised.
Okay.
Good. Thank you very much. Mr. Dunn.
Indeed. Press the green button.
You have 10 minutes at the most, Mr. Dunn.
Really, it's like a quiz, isn't it? I'm reminded of my visit to the ablutions. This is not a very accessible building, and I've complained about that before. That
That's not in our remit either.
well, it should be in your it should be in your remit, because you are the inspectors and you inspect such things presumably before you accept your commission, and that's one of my.
When we accepted this building, the lift was working.
Well, I understand that particular inconvenience, but that it was...
Anyway, let's get on to what you
Anyway,
want to
I
tell
also
us.
link it to the use of these things, because the government directive is that they shall be worn at occasions like this. And I've noticed the first day I attended it, we had a public audience. It wasn't the vast one that are watching on the screen, as you had pointed out, but there were a sufficient number of people here, and these are optional. Now, I shan't be wearing it now because I can't read because my glasses steam up.
Yeah, well, that's a problem. Precisely the problem I have.
Exactly, I understand that. But generally, the government directive is that these shall be worn. And I notice that is generally ignored. I went to the farming conference. This is new information. I went to the farming conference the other day. It was 140 people. I was the only person there wearing a mask, and we were very tightly assembled.
Mr. Dunn, we are going to stop you at 10 o'clock, so you better get to the point you really want to make about the plan.
That's very tight 10 minutes, isn't it?
It is.
Anyway, you'll be glad to know I don't think there's any point in my proceeding with the submission I had prepared for today's hearing. Yesterday I attended the celebration organised by the Romanian National Day in Jersey, not in Romania. It was also attended by the Lieutenant Governor, the Bailiff, the Dean, the Chief Minister, and about 50 other people. In her introduction, the Honourary Romanian Consul referred to her gratitude for living in Jersey and being part of a community of so many different nationalities, different cultures and religions. The meeting discussed organising a major arts and cultural festival next year for everybody to take part in, to embrace all nationalities. Then I went home and read the racism and xenophobia on Facebook in the discussions about Jersey's housing shortage. And I thought, what is the point about speaking about this, yet again, the housing shortage and the non-quals? What's the point of speaking about it yet again before the planning inspectors, you two, as I did in 2011, 2014, and the likes of Mr. Pilley, who was there then, and others responding in the same dismissive way as they always do, as though the non-quals sector, for example, is just a few potato pickers or hotel KPs. They ignore the 12,000 plus. They ignore the 12,000 plus working people. I mean, it could be 15,000 now, I don't know. Who knows? Nobody knows. Without qualifications, as some sort of triviality. Not even worthy of a mention in the bridging plan or the so-called examinations taking place here and now. So I am supposed to talk today about international obligations, non-discrimination issues, work permits and the non-qual section of housing demand. But why should I bother? Who is listening? It's a human rights seminar I organised in 1992. I might as well have not bothered then. I've been wasting my time for all those years. I've already submitted relevant information many times, from 1992 onwards and before and since. Others, such as late Ed Lecain and Monseigneur France, the former Catholic Dean of Jersey, have spoken at previous examinations about the non-qual sector and the terrible housing conditions that people in that group suffer. And they are referred to in the reports, previous reports of inspectors, the guys who sat in your place now. They reported and suggested things should happen, should be looked at, should be reviewed. Nothing changes. The hostile environment created for the non-quals thousands, unknown thousands, many working in finance, they're not potato pickers, and other most important jobs, is as always to be contrasted with the concern shown towards the well-being of bats and other wild creatures, and our obligations under international treaties to protect them, the bats and the wild creatures.
Mr. Dunn, can I just try and get a handle on what you're saying? Are you saying that the plan should actually provide more housing on the island
I'm saying,
for a range of people who come onto the island?
At this stage of my 10 minutes, I'm suggesting that we need more. The information should be in the plan in order to arrive at these decisions about more housing or less. Obviously, if you've got a fifth of the working population who are not even allowed to rent or buy accommodation, that in any normal society would have a profound effect. So if you're going to determine such things as housing demand, you have to take them into account. If you live in lodgings and if you have privacy, you're breaking the law in this island. I mean, it's a mix of housing human rights, it's a mix of housing demand, it's a mix of money that goes into the housing market, because money that they pay doesn't go into the public funds, it goes into a landlord's pocket, because they're lodgers by definition.
Yeah.
Now, so it's a mix of all sorts of things, and unless that is addressed in the planning, bridge planning or the island plan stage, unless these things are brought together, all these different elements, somebody's got to be looking at them and say, well, what is the effect? So if there's the need to build housing, which I think there is, there's a desperate need to build housing. There was a housing law in 1949, the housing law was brought in to prevent further aggravation of the housing shortage. That's what in its original format. And it's been modified and changed and made more repressive ever since. And it's going to get more repressive under the work in the housing law, which is coming in, and the settled status, the whole bag of ridiculous and absurd and obscene regulations which are in place. And you guys ought to be taking note of this and saying, as planners, is this legitimate? Should professional planners be going along with this? Should we? Is that correct? And it should be written in the island plan, the bridging plan or the island plan. It should be written in there. This is a consideration. What effect is all this having on such things as housing? Because it's not just the numbers of housing, it's the quality and the distribution of them, where they are. The Children's Commissioner, I'm coming to this, if you extend my 10 minutes by 3 minutes. So what we're creating effectively is a hostile environment. Well, you've heard a great deal about it in the UK, people came from Jamaica, make life difficult for people. So you've got people who live here, they have to get their 10 years qualifications. They don't stay here for 10 years. A lot of them go after 3 years because they get so fed up, the humiliation, they want to get married and have children and not allowed to occupy proper accommodation. They go away. And that's how the system works. It's hostile. That's the way it works. They pay their social security, they pay their income tax for what? Many are working in finance. They're not just working in, Mr. Pilley the other day sort of implied as few people working in farming or something, sort of dismissing them as being seasonal workers of no consequences. They're everybody. 12, 15,000 people, I don't know. That's how it was.
I don't think we can, that's not right. Mr. Pilley didn't dismiss them as being of no consequence. I've never.
Well, no, he didn't use those words, but the implication of what he said.
We can't allow things like that to be said that in a public forum that weren't really quite right. I mean, I take your point. We're going to ask.
Well, I hope you will ask him.
Pilley for a response.
I hope you will.
And as you heard, we have a limited remit here in terms of what we have to do with the bridging island plan. I mean, what I'm really keen to hear you say is what you think should be included in the plan. You seem to be talking about a lot of other things that should happen.
Well, they're integral. They're part
of the legislation of Jersey,
they should be in the plan.
We have no control over whatsoever.
There's a big concern about bats. They say, international agreement on bats, we can't lock that building down, we can't do this development because bats have to be protected. I'm saying international agreements have applications to human beings as well. And where is the list? They were talking in the previous plans. The 350 international human conventions, treaties, all sorts of aspects of things. Where are they? What are they? Which ones do they apply? We never know. I've asked this question so many times, and they won't tell us. Nobody knows what they are anymore. This used to appear in the front of the island plan, 350 international conventions, treaties, obligations. The most I can get now is 70. I gave you the paperwork.
I've seen them all. Yeah,
I gave you the paperwork.
Yeah, okay. I've seen them.
But the general public hasn't got a clue. Who's talking here about international obligations? Who's coming to you and saying, look, there's one lady came up and said, the compulsory purchase law, there's no appeal in it. It's possibly a human rights violation.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what you've done. I don't know what you've done. I haven't followed every hearing. What have you done to follow that up? Is it a human rights violation? Is there a potential human rights violation? Because obviously, compulsory purchase can be an integral part of providing housing accommodation, or any accommodation, or building a hospital, or anything. It can be integral. If there's a human rights, and if it has to go to the Privy Council or the Court of Human Rights, and there is a 10-year delay, well, you get the picture.
I do get the picture, and I'm going to ask Mr. Pilley to respond if he wishes to.
Thank you, sir. Perhaps just starting with the point that it's not civil servants that approve the island plan. It's clearly the Island States Assembly and the elected members of the Assembly who approve the island plan, sir. And I think the other issue to raise is clearly the island plan seeks to meet the housing needs of all islanders, and we take forward the island plan based on an assessment of the demographics within the island and seek to plan for the homes that are required throughout the population of the island, sir. And that's not to the exclusion of any part of that population from a planning law perspective. I think the issue that perhaps Mr. Dunn struggles with is the extent to which the island plan can address these issues relative to other legal instruments that may be operated by the government. And clearly the Minister for the Environment is limited in what he can do by the planning and building law and the requirements that sets out in terms of the island plan. As I say, sir, the island plan seeks to meet the needs, the island's housing needs. It does not regulate the access to different parts of the housing market. That's a function of the control of housing and work law, sir, and that's administered by the Chief Minister, not by the Minister for the Environment. Where the island plan can have regard to the quality of accommodation, it does so, and we have a range of policies that seek to ensure that the housing that is provided is of a good standard of accommodation and is of high quality, and we have regard to various policies and strategies that are developed by the states to address the issue of housing, not least the Minister for Housing and Communities Housing Action Plan and things like the homelessness strategy. So those issues are addressed as far as they can be through the island plan. As I say, so it's a development plan that seeks to meet the needs of all islanders.
Mr. Dunn, thank you. Thank you for. I'm sorry, I don't think we're going to be able to satisfy you with your international treaties.
Can I just point out, this is 166 pages here. This is a report prepared by the Swansea University for the Children's Commissioner, and it's described as the legislative gap analysis under one convention, Convention on the Rights of the Child, which was signed up recently, and it shows. It's rather instructive where it says, to put it another way, we have an overview of the changes that will be required if the government is to truly deliver on its commitment to putting children first. Now, we've heard that expression, putting children first, so many times. This report says, on that convention alone. So, this commissioner has drawn particular attention to those people who live in non-qualified accommodation and how their children suffer as a result of living in deficient accommodation. For him, for Mr. Pilley and his department to say, well, people with the non-qual sector is not to be considered. Ask Mr. Pilley,
I don't think he
how
says
many
that
are
at
there?
all.
How many are there? How many people is he excluding from his plan?
I'm sorry, but he's not saying that at all. And I'm sorry.
Well, he's not including them, is he? Where in his plan is he including them?
Well,
people without qualifications. He talks all the time about housing need, but only for those people who've got qualifications.
do you want to come back on that, Mr.
I think I've made the point, sir, that the plan seeks to meet the needs of the housing needs of all islanders. With regard to the particular issue of children, sir, Mr. Dunn is correct that the Convention of the Rights of the Child has been extended to Jersey, sir. That was extended to Jersey in 2014. And as part of the preparation of the draft plan, we've undertaken a children's rights impact assessment, which does what Mr. Dunn seeks to secure in terms of looking at the implications of the island plan and its relevance to the objectives set out in that convention, sir. So, and I think the island plan is probably one of the first policy documents produced by the states that seeks to address some of those specific challenges, sir.
Mr. Dunn, they're trying. You might think they're not trying hard enough, but they are trying.
Well, that's not good enough.
Well,
Mark,
okay.
3 out of 10.
3 out of 10. Okay, we've noted it. Thank you, Mr. Dunn, for your contribution. We're going to swap around now, and because other people have arrived who are due to address us in the next session. Thank you very much. Convene in 5 minutes. That's helpful for us. No, that's fine. We're very happy to take you earlier than later. We are going to start with Mr. McCarthy, though. You're first on our list because we've dealt with Mr. Dunn and Mr. Dunningham. So, Mr. McCarthy, 10 minutes.
Thank you. Before I start, I just want
microphone, Mr. McCarthy.
Microphone, please.
Thank you. That one. Thank you.
Before I start, I just want to say that I would have been here with Rob de Hamel, who is responsible for updating a science-informed island plan. And I wish just to give him a moment of silence.
By all
Before
means. Yeah.
in memory of his work.
Right. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My name is Christopher McCarthy. I'm a chartered engineer with 45 years' experience in sustainable developments and also the Jersey's Sustainable Commission in 2014-17. And I'm also the co-founder of Our Friends of the Earth with Rob de Hamel. I'm now about to plead to 3 inspectors, and it's so disappointing and unbelievable that this government could not find one woman to be one of the inspectors. I plead and request the inspectors to ask the Jersey government to withdraw this BIP as it is beyond modification and to reconsult changes with the public based upon an agreed net increase of population either less than or more than the existing island plan of 325 per year, and also take into account either the UK Climate Change Act or Jersey's eventually having a Climate Change Act. But also I want to go further. I wish to ask them to advise the islanders that if this was a local authority in the UK, and the evidence that's been provided so far on preparing on the island plan, would they consider advising the Secretary of State that this island plan and the sustainable appraisal is not worked in the interest of the public, and like Tower Hamlets, they put that government under direction, i.e. they closed down the planning department and the government. As a professional engineer, when I am asked to investigate a catastrophic failure, I find the cause, and then I rectify that so that the machine can operate safer. In the case of the island plan, the operator of the existing island plan has been reckless. The proposed island plan removes all health and safety controls to enable the operator to continue to profit from harm, regardless of the catastrophe that is already happening and will only get worse. If Rob de Hamel had not been politically assassinated by this government for opposing the government, their government's profiteering from harm, fueled by an endless supply of tax-evading newcomers, we would have today something equal, better than our fellow small island, Commonwealth Island of Fiji, a climate legislation and administration which the UN would praise for its gender equality, social justice, complying with the UN's sustainable goals, women's rights, rights of those with disabilities, rights of the elders, and most important of all, children's right for a healthy environment. What is the evidence of the harm? This government deliberately encouraged tax-evading newcomers to inflate the cost of homes so that a few developers may profit from the harm which the government are carrying out. This is a blatant abuse of power. This is a blatant breach of human rights to health. Look at the paper yesterday. Front page. That is pain. That is harm. And don't say this island plan to solve it. The problem is the government deliberately created this housing shortage so people could profit from it. After a huge, enormous sacrifice by people, my family and others were liberated from fascists after the war. And these fascists profited from human misery. In 2017, this government recruited the necessary expertise to eliminate Jersey's independent environmental health and environmental planning department. And Jersey is no longer a democracy with an independent planning department. And as opposed by the Attorney General, they created a GHG and an SPP, which were blatant conflict of interest. We have the evidence to prove this. You know, the island plan, the evidence says that if we actually built within 4 stories, we could generate placemaking and make Jersey, St Helier and the urban quarter the people's first choice. So why are we doubling the heights of the town centre? Why are we doubling the heights of buildings in the countryside when we don't need to? La Collette, for example, you're increasing the heights to 6 stories in the countryside and 6 to 13 in the town. Yet La Collette is limited to 1 story and 2. That's because you want to use La Collette as a land bank, so you can continue this process of profiting from harm. What's worse, what's really worse than being harmed is being harmed by somebody who's meant to protect you. Also being harmed by somebody while somebody who's meant to be protecting you watches and does nothing about it, or chooses to turn a blind eye. It is not in the public, it's not in the role of the public to prove that the causes of the harm. It is for the government to prove that they haven't harmed the islanders by increasing the population, by encouraging tax evaders, newcomers. How will we choose another case? The hospital was deliberately used to bust the island plan, and it was outright rejected by the independent inspector based upon the evidence of the island plan as the 2 most harmful planning applications ever made on this island. In 2016, the public objected to the expansion of the Rhone quarry. They asked for a public inquiry. That was refused. Instead, only this year, that planning application I attended and I opposed it on the grounds that the committee did not have the necessary information. The environmental impact assessment was based on a 2011-year-old scoping opinion. The ecology survey was rejected by the department in 2016, and yet it was approved. This is a blatant case of profiting from harm. And for this public limited company to actually, they have completely failed in their obligations in accordance to environmental and social governance. And I allow it for the young people to carry on that investigation. Jersey is at the moment the concrete industry produces more CO2 than all the vehicles on the road. And what hasn't happened, we have not had any option study to say here is timber construction and here's concrete construction. This is the amount of CO2 savings we can make. You choose. You choose between the 2 technologies. But instead, they're expanding a concrete quarry into the SSSI protected headland. I tried to object after I made an appeal. Even though the Queen gave us the land, the foreshores, which this is a neighbour of, and we own the headland, my objection was refused because I have no rights to the land, the neighbouring land, within 50 metres of the site. So this is ridiculous. I mean, who lives 50 metres next to a quarry? I call upon the youth of Jersey to take hand and to expose this public limited company and its failures in environmental social governance. I was here, the purpose of this exercise is that we as the member of the public who have the right, Rob and I would have had the right to attend each of the sessions and to explain why we see it should be amended. Obviously Rob can't attend, and my attendance was refused. However, if I had been given the opportunity, I am hopefully with the public, I would have demonstrated that why this island plan is not sound. One is it's not based on any population forecast, and 2, it has not, as it is required in the UK for local authority, by law under the Climate Act, it should have been informed by the zero carbon strategy. Each of these sections should have been assessed. The present island plan, look at the changes, what is the CO2 emissions reductions? That has not been carried out at all. what I see the failings of the evidence that's been provided, it has not been positively prepared. It has not been justified. It is not effective. It does not consent with the zero carbon responsibilities this island has. And it is not in accordance with legal international laws that the island has signed up to. I, for example, left this in the paper. It states by the leader of the finance industry that Jersey, the UK government announced that it intends to extend the commitments under the Paris Agreement to Jersey. So it's the British government decides whether or not Jersey complies with the Paris Agreement or not the islanders. As soon as we have independence, the better. I therefore ask the inspectors to ask the government to withdraw this island plan prepared by Parker's SPP and to consult again on the necessary changes that it needs to make based upon working with an independent environmental health and environmental planning department, again, a democratic one. And then I ask that that party then reconsults those changes with the islanders based upon an agreed population policy and either Jersey has a climate act or it complies with the Fiji Climate Act, or it has its own. If Jersey was like the Isle of Man, by law, this island plan would have to be informed by the CO2 reductions. But on the other hand, if it was an island like Fiji, this island would now have an act. And I ask you, please, would you consider reviewing the island plan in relation to two major documents? One is Rising Climate Change. This is the document that every local authority has to comply with. So please, could you review the island plan based upon if it was a local authority? Secondly, would you please look at the review of the island plan in comparison to the Fiji Climate Act and its responsibilities?
Right, thank you, Mr. McCarthy. You've had your time. I'd love to be able to go to Fiji, actually. If the island if they'll send us to Fiji to have a look, I think Mr. Salter and I would probably be quite delighted to go to Fiji. Right, Mr. Pilley.
Just to be clear, we can't do that, Mr. McCarthy, can we? As you've heard, right from every session, we introduce the session by saying what our role is in accordance with what we've been appointed to do in accordance with the Planning Act of Jersey as it currently is and the requirements that imposes on us, which are actually slightly different to the UK tests that you read out, which of course I'm very familiar with. But just to make that clear, that's what we can do.
But I would help
we
if
can
you
take into account your comments on the basis of the population projections, and they've been considered. And we're going to ask Mr. Pilley to comment on anything if he wants to about in relation to climate change and CO2 emissions.
I think the only thing I'd say there, sir, is that clearly we have an emergent carbon neutral roadmap in the island, which is proceeding in parallel with the island plan review process. I think as we discussed in the session the other day, so when we considered that those parts of the island plan that seek to deal with things like managing emissions, for example, the plan has sought to respond to the challenges of the climate emergency relative to what a development plan can achieve in that respect, sir, and has had regard to the emergent carbon neutral roadmap as far as it can, sir. And we've sought to build in flexibility in the plan to enable it to do so over the life of the bridging plan period, in addition to which having new policy frameworks to address issues of carbon emissions. I think the only other point I would make, Sona, is one that you've already picked up, is clearly around the basis upon which the island plan needs to be tested against relative to Jersey's own legal and policy framework. So,
okay, thank you, Mr. Pudding. Thank you. Right.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. At least your message was clear. Throw the whole plan out.
No, I didn't say that.
Yes.
I said your responsibility in the UK is either...
No, let's not have a discussion about it.
No, I'm not discussing. You made a quote that I'm now saying that's not what I said. I said in the UK, you either...
You know, you said no, I made a note. You said they should withdraw the plan.
Yeah, withdraw it. I didn't say throw it out. I said then make the amendments.
All right, let's not argue.
I've got withdrawal plan.
Withdraw the plan, yes. Yeah. Okay. Right. I'm going to move on to Mr. Parker.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Don't forget the microphone, Mr. Parker.
Okay, is that working now? Thank you. Okay. Before I start regarding sort of Grand Vaux Valley, just wanted to make a comment after listening to Mike Dunn in relation to hospitality. I'm a major employer in that industry, and I know that at a meeting, and it's been mentioned numerous times, of the top hotels on the island, it is an area we are very concerned with, and the largest investment we have made as a company in the last 5 years is into staff accommodation. So we think there has to be changes in relation to how people who are within hospitality and agriculture are actually accepted in this island, rather than as second-class citizens. It is a profession, and it is considered as a profession in many countries. There is a problem, I think, in the UK and in this island associated with that. So it is an area which I'm very concerned about, but I would agree that it is not something, as I understand it, is linked to this plan as such. It is something to be taken up regarding immigration, employment, how many years you have to be here. It's linked to children. It's making the place more attractive to young people to come in here for a short period of time, who then mix with islanders and actually make this a much more vibrant culture. So I think there are some real issues there which, in a way, can help to develop this island going forward. In relation to Grand Vaux, it is said that it is an area that was owned by, or is owned by, shall I say, Jersey, New Waterworks Company. It's to the north of the area. It is wetlands with a path or track next to it. And then it goes down, there's a bridge that cuts across, then it goes down past a weir. You have a stream which actually overflows.
We've
seen
seen
that.
You've
and
seen
then it goes
yeah.
into the underground, as you know, storage areas. Now, the situation with that is it has been, because it's only been used as storage, it's been a very protected area with very little, actually, incursion by humans as such, or disturbance. And it has ended up with there's no sort of pesticides used in that area. There's no pesticides used in the areas next to it, with the private land. It has got a massive array of insects and the like. There are animals, and I will probably get blasted for this in mentioning bats, in the sense that we had one that actually came into our kitchen, and I was told to move what was considered to be a dead mouse, but it was actually a bat. Put it on the table outside, so it was outside of the range of the dog. And when it woke up, I took some pictures, which I sent to the Bat Society, and realised or found out that it was a long-eared grey bat, which I hadn't realised was one of the rarest mammals in the United Kingdom. The areas that, if you look at health and safety aspects related to unfettered access into that area, end up causing quite a lot of issues, related to the weir, going into the particular chambers, and the impact on the biodiversity. It is one of the few large areas in the island where, though we protect the coasts, the inland areas have a different biodiversity to which we are fast disappearing. And it has a massive benefit in relation to linking in with animals, seeing the wild, the buzzards, circling above Grand Vaux and the part of town is really absolutely spectacular. We do see things like actually chickens up in trees because obviously they haven't been clipped and they're wild, which is quite odd. But because of the areas going south, if you had unfettered access, you have flat areas over the water storage areas. So if you have got people there then having picnics or whatever, and you have unfettered access, you end up then creating issues from the health and safety, like kids, animals running around like pets, or people ending up being there and partying or taking alcohol or other substances. You also have an opportunity related to that area, which is to the south of the reservoir, you have the local school. So if that was linked to the local school, so you end up with the children being able to actually see nature and biodiversity firsthand, and you actually have controlled access into the area which allows people to go in there, you end up negating many of the health and safety issues that unfettered access into the area would actually create. So it is a case, I think it has got a tremendous opportunity to be used by the island, being able to be used when you don't have things like the nesting seasons, you don't have significant lights or noises, in relation to nighttime. And you end up actually making it a really special area because of its size, which is quite unique, really, in the island. And you've got, obviously, the animals, rather like humans, don't like to be invaded by others all the time. They like their space, and it maintains it as an attractive environment for maintaining that biodiversity going forward.
So I'm trying to... What do you actually want us to do? What do you want us to recommend goes into the plan or is taken out of the plan?
I'm recommending that it has access, but that it is not unfettered. Because I think it is the unfettered access that then creates a whole lot of issues related to how the area would need to be managed. You've only got to go through to, SUDS, related to their sort of recommendations in relation to water areas, and particularly where you've got those underground caverns as such, where the water goes through it before it gets to the reservoir. So, and you have got friable banks, as you know, you've got quite deep mud areas to which obviously have loads of insects and other living in there, which then attracts the bats and the like. And it's got real potential, but if it actually ends up being abused because it's unfettered access, then I think that a real resource of this island would be lost.
Okay, well, let's see what the response is.
Thank you. So you'll be aware, sirs, that the plan simply identifies the site and offers support for it under the provisions of our countryside access and awareness policy. You may not be aware that a planning application has actually been made for this, and many of the points which Mr Parker raised we consider to be detailed matters for consideration under that planning application. And by the nodding of agreement, I'm assuming Mr Parker is aware of that application.
Correct, yes.
And the details therein, which include the cover-off issues, particularly about the safety. There's fencing proposed, the wider areas.
Sorry, Mr Day, can you just tell who's made the planning application?
Jersey Water have. Jersey
Water, okay, thank you.
Yes, so it's consistent with the plan. It's just come forward prior to the plan being adopted. So in that planning application, it includes things like the proposal for wildflower meadows. There will be the opportunity to link to the school. Safety issues will be addressed. And biodiversity should be considered under the auspices and provisions of the plan. That's the role of the planning officer who will be assessing that planning application to ensure that that's addressed.
As you know, the issue
Microphone.
As you know, the issue regarding went round the particular architect, and you've got the particular fencing, which is not recommended in basically health and safety terms. You had the problem regarding the access, because your access is allowing horses and, you know, bikes and the like. The question is, because you've got an area going through there, is what other traffic could basically go through that area. So I totally accept that the premise that it's needed to get from, you know, St Helier to the north of the island is ridiculous in relation to the country lanes that are only 100 metres or so forth away from it. But as an access and a place, you know, for the benefit of the island. But if it's not, if it's actually, you know, if it's access that is supervised, then a lot of those health and safety issues go away, which then also allows it to actually develop from the natural aspect that it is. But if you start ending up having to try and do types of fencing, like the types of fencing that put there, a ball, if someone was playing there, you know, related to having a picnic, would go underneath that. Or an animal that was, say, a dog was let off the leash and then ran into an area and got stuck. What are the problems going to happen from that? And you don't want to create something where it's got massive, great big fences going through, which would be, I think, you know, unbecoming to the area. So I think it's a real opportunity where the actual access is actually supervised and it is controlled accordingly.
Good. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Parker. I think so. These are considerations which will be taken into account, presumably, with the planning application.
Absolutely, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Parker. Right, Mrs. Gardner, I'm going to come to you. You've been waiting very patiently. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, what do you want to tell us that you haven't already told us?
Thank you for inviting me. It is a representation regarding St Helier Fields. What's happened, I worked with Deputy De Hagerard and with the residents, and I didn't personally submit my views because I didn't expect the submission will stop me being invited to this session. So I'll try to do it very quickly and register my objection for developing fields in St Helier into the housing.
Which ones? All of them. All of them.
All of them. But I will start with fields H116. 1198 and 1189, which we're talking about 5276 homes at organic fields. And I would like to raise 5 points really quickly, because I'm sure that you've heard a lot. First, we have protection and we talked about rural development, and I would like to see in the plan some consideration to the rural area of St Helier, because St Helier regarded as a built-up area, but St Helier does have green fields, and from my personal perspective, it's the rural part of St Helier that cannot be discounted. Developing these 3 particular fields, especially 2 of them, but 3 of them, from my point of view, coming against at least 4 policies from the Bridging Island Plan. And I know the justification is the housing that we desperately need. At the same time, we can argue where the houses, and I'm sure that we have lots of arguments about where the housing can go. I would like just to state the policies which I identified, and if I would make submission, I would move. It's coming against the policy GD1, managing the health and well-being impact of new development. And if I'm looking at point 1, A, B, C, D, at least A, B, C, D, it definitely will be against, because it will harm the neighborhood use, nearby residents, the people who are enjoying cycling, walking, and other residents who come to rural area cannot do it more. Unreasonable, I'm not sure about unreasonable effect of level of privacy. It can be disputed, it might be not, but on other points, it's definitely standing against the, of course, in GD1. Policy GD2, community participation in the development. As we know, community strongly object. And I'm not sure if it was brought to your attention, I assume yes, that the petition reached 1,000 signatures against developing these fields. It's against policy NE1, protection of biodiversity, and I know it's not protected, but it's very difficult for me to see how the organic fields which have bats, squirrels, and other wildlife cannot be protected. And ERE1, protection of the agricultural land, unless, and again, we're speaking about the fields, the specific fields, which we have real danger damaging oldest heritage milk industry on the island. And for me, to concrete organic farm fields doesn't bring the quality of the life on the neighborhood. And this is where I stop with these fields, these 4 policies and general feeling. If I'm going to all 5 fields that were discussed, 3 that we just talked recently, and 1 field at the Hot Valley and another in Plan B, the field at ITV, all the fields are going into the same route, at the same main road. All of them connected to St. James Road and the Queen's Road. We can dispute there is a St. John's Road, which is really small and highly congested, and it's connected to the hospital that we don't still know what will be impact of the hospital. So the impact for the traffic from all 5 fields at the same area will need to be addressed and needs to be quantified. I don't know, but that feels strange. And the field at La Poucalais, interestingly enough, the planning rejected, or at least it's still under consideration, but I think it was rejected at the beginning, application from the gym that wanted to have health and sport facilities next to the field that will be developed. And the reason for this rejection was the traffic, that the roads are not suitable for the increased traffic that gym sport facilities might attract. First of all, I think as a neighborhood we will welcome sport facilities. I'm not sure if people probably will walk, somebody will drive, but if we are rejecting sport facilities, some medium-sized gym in the existing building because of the traffic, I'm struggling to see how the housing estate can be developed and it will be okay with the traffic. And one quick note, and it's not something that really measured for me, we have a bit mix and match between North, South and Central St. Helier, what considers North, what considers South and what considers Central. I'm not sure if you're aware that our electoral districts change, and now we have North, South and Central St. Helier electoral districts. And what is in the plan put as a school at the North St. Helier, for example, is actually Central St. Helier. I think that some correlation, what is North, what is Central, what is South, would be helpful, that we all speak at the same language between Bridging Island Plan, government plan, and all our conversations going forward, because we now have very clear 3 districts in St. Helier, at least for the election, North, South and Central. And we spoke a lot, and I'm really grateful for the team because, by the way, they brought to us, to the St. Helier deputies, the whole theme about neighborhoods and neighborhood living, and it's really welcomed. I think we can see neighborhood living around central of St. Helier, which I call central, more about south of St. Helier. North of St. Helier needs to be looked more closely if we are going, and I support the move to neighborhood approach in St. Helier. For neighborhood approach, we need to have community infrastructure, we need to have central places that people basically will not to travel, that if we need to have sport facilities, if we have playgrounds, if we have community center, if we have also... By the way, the North St. Helier doesn't have problem with schools. At least the one part of St. Helier that I would not say that we have problems with schools. but we do have problems with all other infrastructure that can support quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions, Jim?
No, I don't really. I mean, thank you, Deputy Garden. We have just all of. I don't. You weren't there, but we did just go through all those points. Actually, have already been raised, but I've noted them all down. Thank you. No, that's fine. But I've noted them. I have noted them all down. I don't know if Mr. Pilley wants to. We did deal with this quite fully. At the housing session.
We did, sir, and I think it's, as you say, a lot of the issues that the Deputy raises have been raised by her constituents in terms of the points made in relation to these sites. Perhaps just to pick up on a couple of the issues. Firstly, we acknowledge the parish of St Helier does have both an urban and a rural element to it, and clearly the plan seeks to protect the rural parts of St Helier as they sit outside of the defined built-up area boundary in the plan. So I think that's recognised, and I think, as we've just discussed, there are various proposals about seeking to ensure that St Helier residents can enjoy access to the countryside, whether in St Helier or in adjacent parishes. And I think as part of the proposals in the plan, there are proposals to enhance levels of access to residents of St Helier to facilities such as the proposed country park at Warwick Farms, which is obviously just to the north of some of these proposed housing sites. Obviously, some of the policy considerations that the Deputy raises will be considered as part of any subsequent planning application, if indeed these sites are rezoned for housing in the island plan. So they will take effect in terms of any planning applications. In terms of further community engagement, clearly the draft plan itself has been through a process of community engagement. In terms of sites proposed for affordable homes, as we've stated in the plan, so all of those would be subject to development briefs, which themselves would be subject to further community engagement, and of course any subsequent planning applications would go through the normal planning application process. I can't comment on the case that the Deputy cited about the reason for refusal for a gym. I don't know the planning history of that, but I think it was acknowledged by my colleague when we discussed the travel and transport issues that a lot of the island's roads are at capacity, and that's always a challenge in relation to many development proposals, and we would expect, as part of any proposals for housing brought forward in this area, that enhancement and mitigation is provided wherever at all possible. So, and just lastly, perhaps on the point of neighbourhood planning, and the Deputy's support for this aspect of the plan is acknowledged and appreciated, and I think we would seek to ensure that where a quantum of development allows it, we would seek to ensure through the use of things like planning obligation agreements that we can ensure the delivery of associated community infrastructure as appropriate, where that's relevant and appropriate, given the scale of any forthcoming development.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Pilley. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Gardner. I can assure you all those factors you've raised will be taken into. They were part of the discussion. I will certainly take them into account when we're making our recommendations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mrs. Scott.
Thank you, sir.
We've heard quite a lot from you. So
Hopefully
this
not
is in
too
addition to what you've already told us, I hope.
I am looking at some specific points, and also I am going to be more specific about the drafting amendments in terms of what goes out and in, but to explain the general context. I was originally looking at the employment. I was actually mentioning Amendment 56 and the and what was really being proposed in terms of St Brillard's Bay and protecting employers' accommodation. But generally I accept that there is just a general issue of support of hotel staff and perhaps less wealthy islanders generally. Also, I was making a point in respect of the performance framework to just point out, I mean, there are a couple of issues here. I suppose first, how relevant is it to the formulation of strategy, because it basically measures performance. But in terms of looking at its content, it's quite clear that Proposition Amendment 60 is sought to address omissions which show an imbalance in the plan, which has an emphasis on housing build rather than on identifying and improving green infrastructure, achieving the carbon neutral goal by 2030 and ensuring economic land availability, which policy SP6 states it will support. But the general question here is whether the island plan actually is truly supporting that. You have heard suggestions or evidence that our economy has had 1 to 2% growth in the last couple of years. That again needs to be put in context, because globally, in global context, that's quite low. We're actually sliding backwards into a wealthy retirement colony, and other submissions you've heard perhaps will support this. And in fact, much of our growth, as it were, comes from the state's own investment funds, from funds it's accumulated in the past at a time when the island was wealthier. I know that none of this really is the kind of remit of the head of place and spatial planning or SPPP, but the real question is the island plan supporting employment sites for future generations rather than just saying it is? So I just wanted to turn to the specific wording that, having kind of like thought a bit more about your own questions and indeed the helpful responses that government has given to some of the propositions that have been suggested in respect to St Brellard's Bay, and indeed its general your own remit about looking at whether the plan is based on proportionate evidence and assessment of tourist development needs and wider strategic objectives, these specific points. So the Minister proposed in Statement SR 59 amended wording to Policy EV1. The SBBBA requests you to consider recommending that the Minister's proposed amendment is amended in 2 ways. First, to read at the beginning, changes of use away from visitor accommodation use where located in St Brellard's Bay will not be supported, full stop. We've explained the reasons why we are concerned that actually qualifying that exemption with a market test actually just simply is not going to work. And also, even if this appears draconian to the one hotel in the Bay who has informed the SBBA its financing is based on its value as a potential residence, Article 19.3 of the Planning Law provides the Planning Committee with power to approve development applications that are inconsistent with the island plan. So basically, we do believe that there is justification on the basis of the evidence that we provided to the Minister of the of Environment and of Economic Development 2 years ago to actually not have this loophole. And in respect of the market test that had been provided to qualify this, so basically you could have this amendment carry on and say, and changes of use away from visitor accommodation use and other tourist destination areas or outside built-up area will not be supported unless, and then carry on with that market test. But there needs to be a modification to paragraph B, and that's to avoid this, what we have seen, and we've seen again and again, that you have the owner of land allow a property to become so dilapidated that basically a loophole is divided. So basically, B would be amended to say it can be demonstrated that there is no market demand for the continued use of the premises for visitor accommodation, and then add the words, including if refurbished or redeveloped through further investment for such purpose. And that hopefully will address the situation we've seen of allowing properties to be developed. And we would also suggest that paragraph 5A of policy EV4 that relates as to daytime and evening use of premises should be similarly amended. So insert the words including if refurbished or redeveloped through further investment for such purpose. And that hopefully would address that particular concern. And of course, we will point out that that's also consistent with the recommendation 3.5 of the St Brelard character appraisal, which again did not suggest a market test in terms of removing the exemption that's currently in policy E1 of the Island Plan. Moving on and reflecting the recommendation in 3.6, which affects character areas number 2567 of St Brelard's Bay, as set out in the character appraisal for St Brelard's Bay. Bearing in mind this is government's own evidence, and those proposed restrictions are consistent with the decisions of the States Assembly. I'm aware that you need to take into account of that. In paragraph 4.86 of the current island plan, regarding the content of future island plans in relation to the bay. In that respect, it also mentions the 1968 proposition to which sought to restrict residential development to some extent whilst favouring visitor accommodation development. So our suggestion is that policy PL3 exclude St Brelard's Bay, bearing in mind it's a seaside resort lacking facilities typically found in a large settlement. Policy PL5 should include St Brelard's Bay, possibly by redesignating character areas 2, 5 to 7 as Coastal National Park to achieve consistency with the fact that the Minister has already designated part of character area 6 of the Bay as Coastal National Park already. And unlike other areas that are faced with coastal national park restrictions in the draft plan, there has been a substantial amount of engagement with the community affected by the proposals. What helps here is that the third paragraph of policy PL5 already contemplates economic development, which aids the distinction of the development of residential and tourist and visitor accommodation and tourist business premises in the green backdrop zone. With policy GD7, import the height restriction in recommendation 3.6 in a way that is consistent with the incorporation of recommendations for height restrictions in the St Helier character appraisal. In policy GD9, and I'll also come to proposal 17.
Hang on. How can we do that if it just relates to St Helier?
I'm sorry, I'm actually pointing out that in GD, and I made this point in, so I didn't want to kind of repeat that, but basically the point that was made in respect of GD7 is that this already incorporates the recommendations of consultants employed at public expense with respect to the St Helier character appraisal, but somewhat inconsistently and therefore affecting the balance. Okay, thank you, sir. Then moving to policy GD9, request that you consider acceptance of the Minister's proposed amendment in SR 51 with the following modifications. So basically it would be amended to say within the shoreline zone of St Brelard's Bay, then you would actually have paragraph A continue with his amendment, other than you would actually say the redevelopment of a residential building involving demolition and replacement. So continue to the end of that. Then you would add a subparagraph B. The extension of a residential building will not be supported. And you would also add a subparagraph C. Any development will be accompanied by landscaping proposals sufficient to integrate the site with surrounding green backdrop zone, green zone and coastal national park areas of the bay, and to compensate for any adverse effect on the landscape character of the green backdrop zone, green zone and coastal national park areas of the bay from any public viewpoint. Now the SBB...
Okay. I'm struggling to keep up with all this.
Okay, I can say it's
no, I just need a copy of that.
Okay.
Are you reading out exactly what you've said?
Yes, sir.
What's on that bit of paper?
Yes.
Okay, so
I will let you have a copy of that.
Can you give
have that?
can you give that to? Well, if you've got
give
one.
Give it to Mrs. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson. Mrs. Wilson, thank you. Okay, so yeah, anyway, basically in terms of that amendment, we'll point out that Article 19.3 of the planning law and also what's in the General Development Order does avoid absolutes. We're not seeking to completely straitjacket people in the Bay. We just really want to support tourist development and help implement the consultants' proposals since they've looked into this at the public expense. With respect to Proposal 17, which relates to the St Brellard's Bay Improvement Plan, and again, Mrs Wilson has got this amended wording, but basically to refer back to the wording contemplated by paragraph 4.86 of the current island plan, where the proposal says that the Minister for the Environment will develop an improvement plan for St Brellard's Bay. This will say, which shall include a review of the 1968 proposition development in St Brellard's Bay Area P15. Basically, this is replicating the wording of 4.86 and what it's saying future island plan should say. So basically, it's saying when you do this, if you do this improvement plan, because I do think government's got a lot of work to do actually, that will actually respect that States Assembly decision.
Mrs. Scott, we're getting towards the end.
Yeah, fine. That's great, because I just wanted to make one little point that Mr. Pilley did suggest that the 1989 plan was a traffic improvement plan. In fact, it is also a landscape and building guidance plan, and a lot of it is replicated, but not all, in the ILSA, the Integrated Landscape and Seascape Assessment. So it still is worth looking at, since it was a very well-worked plan. And so I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, thank you. Do you want to come back at all, Mr. Pilley?
Just a couple of points. Firstly, I wasn't quite sure the point being made in relation to the performance indicators, but I think as we suggest in the preamble to the performance indicators, the indicators listed are potential indicators. So if there were any suggestions for revision or improvement or enhancement to those, we would be open to consider those, sir. In terms of the proposed change to policy EV1 as proposed to be amended by the Minister, I wasn't quite clear in terms of following the argument, but it seemed to be that that should be uniquely focused on St Brellard's Bay. I think the amendment that's proposed at the moment, sir, would apply to tourist destination areas, which includes St Brellard's Bay. So,
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I wasn't suggesting that that be confined to St Brellard's Bay for EV4. Okay,
well, it's difficult to comment specifically when we don't have that material in front of us, sir. But as I say, we would suggest that it applies to St Brellard's Bay amongst others at the moment, sir. The qualifications suggested in terms of the market test around the addition of something being refurbished. Clearly, the market test is there to assess whether or not other players in the industry or people who want to enter the industry would be willing to take up a site or premises, and that may be to take the building as it is and to refurbish it or also redevelop it. So I'm not quite sure why that should just be limited to refurbishment. It seems to be limiting the potential application of the policy, and I think we'd make the same arguments in relation to EV4, sir. Moving on to the points made in relation to the places section of the plan, and essentially it seemed to be the suggestion was that St Brellard's Bay be included in the Coastal National Park as a designation, and therefore would not be defined as a local centre within the spatial hierarchy, and instead would be part of the countryside. The consideration of including parts of St Brellard's Bay within the Coastal National Parks already addressed, sir, in the Coastal National Park boundary review, and the appendix at the back of that document sets out the reasons as to why that's not considered appropriate, sir. and we would submit that St Brollard's Bay is essentially a built-up area in character, sir, as defined in the plan, and its landscape context is appropriately reflected and protected in terms of green backdrop zone designation, in addition to green zone and coastal national park designation. In terms of the point raised in relation to GD7, in terms of tall buildings, I think we touched on that when we discussed the tall buildings policy, and I think our aspiration, sir, is to develop some design guidance for St Brollard's Bay, out of which guidance in relation to height may emerge. In terms of proposed changes to GD9 and the Minister's statement at SR 51, it seemed from what was being suggested that we seek to limit extensions of residential properties in that area, sir, which would seem to be somewhat a draconian measure, and but as I say, without the detailed information, it's difficult to comment specifically. And in terms of adding landscape provisions, we would suggest that policy NE2 would be a material consideration as part of any development proposal. With regard to the suggested amendments in proposal 17, sir, and reference back to the proposition of the states in 1968, clearly things have changed in the island since 1968, and also in the bay in particular, sir, since 1968. And in fact, we've had successive island plans in 1987, 2002, 2011, 2014, and obviously we're now debating the bridging island plan. So we would suggest, sir, that the planning framework needs to be up to date and reflective of the current needs of the island and of that area, and we would suggest, sir, that that's set out in the bridging plan appropriately. If my comments previously about the St Brollard's Bay improvement plan suggested it was just limited to traffic improvement, I wasn't seeking to mislead you, sir. It's a plan that was principally focused on traffic improvement. It did pick up on other issues related to the conditions of buildings, and I'm pleased to note that Miss Scott thought it was a well-worked document, given that I worked on it as a student. So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Very briefly.
Just 2 words, sir. Economy and democracy. The paragraph 4.86 was actually inserted in 2011, and Mr. Pilley's excellent work on the 1989 Environmental Improvement Plan clearly was thought by the States Assembly still have value. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, that's the end of the session. We're going to take a 5-minute break so that we can swap around personalities around the table. Thank you very much. Started again. We're going to start with Mr. Cole, please. Mr. Cole.
I don't understand what I should be doing.
Right. Okay. Well, sorry, I should have explained. This is really a session for you to draw our attention to any points that you've made in written submission that you think are critically important. You have 10 minutes maximum to do that. We don't lead this discussion as we did it for the rest of the hearings. This is really a situation just for you to draw to our attention to things that we'll make a note of and consider. We'll give the states the opportunity to respond if they feel they need to. So if there's anything so please don't repeat your submission, your written submission, but just draw our attention to anything that you think is critical.
I'll be very quick.
Yeah,
thank you.
Hang on, just to be brief, I've read the submission, and actually I've been to your site.
Okay, I'll be back. Just some brief points I want to make. This car's my...
Yeah, use the microphone.
Use the microphone, please.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, fine.
I'll be very brief. Field 151 was bought by me in 2007, and it has a history of, as far as I can see, never really being used for anything. Back in the it began at the north of the field. There was a quarry, and at the south east of the field there's a quarry, and there's evidence of buildings in the field right up until 65, when we've got an aerial photo showing buildings in the field, presumably in support of the two small quarries there. After I bought it, it was used as a dump for many years, probably starting at about that time, and when I bought it, it had a substantial amount of rubbish in the field. The many tons of greenhouses had been dumped in the field along with the glass, and the result is that although I did my best with the field, the glass has contaminated the field, and it's really, I'm pretty confident, is unusable. I did go through a period in 2008 when I was thinking of using it as a horse field, but I had someone from a stables come up and they said there's too much glass in the field, despite me trying to plough it a bit and sort it out. So since then I've done nothing with the field, and the current position of the field is that it's about 8 foot high in brambles. So I can't see the field ever being used or ever being economic as an agricultural field or as an equine field. I think our issue about the field is that it's been designated as an agricultural field, and we don't quite see why. We think it should be a brownfield site. And what I'd like to do is we've come up with a proposal which we think would improve matters for the field and for the parish down there. My own personal position is I've got 4 children, 3 of whom are in the UK because they can't afford houses in Jersey, and my daughter who lives with me. The problem is we're building flats which are good for young people and old people, but not for young families. And what I want to do is to put a small amount of housing there, have a small cul-de-sac, which I think would be of benefit. Small communities suit Jersey very, very well. And that was what I was wanting to do. I'll hand over to Joe now because he knows about the technical issues about this field better than me. So that's it.
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm sorry, I was given some notes on the process here today, and I understood under section 1.5 that the discussion was going to be led by the inspectors. Quote, rather, the aim is to allow the inspectors to probe any matter in the plan or raised in the representations that the inspectors consider need explanation, clarification or elaboration. So frankly, I've been slightly wrong-footed, but
okay,
it's not a problem, but that was something that I wasn't clear about.
Well, that's what we did in the previous sessions when we discussed individual sites in some detail.
Right.
So this is just the plenary session, which is a requirement of Jersey's that we hold this sort of session. So I'm sorry if you've been wrong-footed at all, but if you can be brief and just make some of the points you'd have made.
Okay. Well, I mean, obviously, I'm talking about Craigie Hall and Field 151. That's the first point. Second point is that we believe that the evidence-based approach is a good way of looking at sites by way of comparison. In terms of this property, we have a couple of issues which we've raised in our response to the assessment, which is in the file. The first one being the landscape score, and the second one being the existing use. Basically, what we're saying is that at the very least, the St Clement Grouville coastal plain incorporates this property, and therefore it should be scored a 5, not 3. And secondly, as far as the existing use of the site is concerned, as Mr Cole has explained, it's predominantly a brownfield site. There were a pair of quarries on the site initially, with paths, outbuildings and so on, and when the quarries ceased producing stone, the areas were used as commercial dumps, and the site basically is contaminated. Upon purchase of the property in 2007, Mr Cole's daughter wanted to put a horse in the field, and when the local equestrians came around to have a look at it, they said, "We're very sorry, we can't put anything in the field because of shards of glass, bits of metal and so on all over the place, which really would need to be removed first." That, of course, as we all know, the restoration of contaminated land costs a great deal of money. So as far as we're concerned, the use has been the use number applied is rather low, and when you total these back up again, I think the total for the site should be 16, not as per the original document. As far as I'm concerned, that really is as much as I was proposing to add at this stage.
So can I just get clear, the use score that you would favour?
Would be 4, not 1.
Right, okay. Great, thank you very much.
Well, on the basis that it's brownfield.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Anything from you, Jeff?
No, I don't think so. Okay, I
Good.
noted the points.
Excellent.
I don't know whether the statesman will respond.
Do you want to respond, Mr. Biddy?
I think all we'd say, sir, is even, notwithstanding the disputed scoring assessment, clearly that was just an initial scoring of sites, and they would then be subject to more detailed considerations. And I still think we would submit, sir, that there's still some outstanding issues associated with this site, sir, not least issues around access and landscape impact. And of course this needs to be considered relative to other sites which have been assessed for housing, and we would suggest, sir, that others are more suitable for that use, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I respond to that?
Briefly, yes.
With regards to access...
Place your microphone, please.
Microphone, please.
Sorry. With regards to access, we propose to put a long splay in Rue de Hoc, where the field abuts against the road, and we've discussed that with Marcus Troy, and he likes that idea because it would allow passing places in Rue de Hoc, which don't exist at the moment, and the access would be perfectly fine. Current access into the field is in Rue de la Hoguette, which is a very small end, not proposing access there. Access would be moved to Rue de la Hoc and would be perfectly good.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Just on that point, sir, just to clarify, my comments weren't necessarily related to the site access. I think it's more around the fact that Rue de Hoc itself is a relatively narrow lane, and we've had this discussion, sir, when we've been considering other housing sites in St Clement, and its junction at the south with Rue de la Cotte is not particularly good either, sir.
So it's wider access considerations.
That's right, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I've noted the points, okay, and I'm sure you have been there, so I can take it all into account when we look at our recommendations. So, okay.
Thank you very much indeed.
I'm sorry, everyone, I'm going to have to go because I promised to go and listen to a blast bang at the quarry when I was dealing with that. So that's going to take place at 1 o'clock. I think I don't know if you had anything, Mr. Gibb, about housing in St Martin's.
No.
You'll just okay. You'll have to say it to Mr. Holland, and he'll have to write
I'll
to me.
make
But of course, I
notes
mean,
and
bear in mind, if necessary, if there's anything I'm particularly dealing with, I can look at the live stream and the recording of it when it comes through. But thanks very much. I'll see you after lunch.
Good. Thanks. Right, Mr. Gibb, can you help us?
Yes, I have three areas that I wanted to discuss briefly within my time. One is historic environment, second is energy efficiency, and the third is performance and delivery, which is volume 4 of the Bridging Island Plan. Firstly, historic environment, policy HE1. I note that in the preamble there's no discussion of, it mentions buildings and places which are listed, but there's no mention of parks or trees or landscape in relation to that, and I think it would be of benefit to broaden the description to include those, based on the fact that there is the principle of placemaking introduced elsewhere in the plan. The second point under HE1 is about viability tests. There are issues when demolition of a listed buildings is proposed with the phrase public benefit outweighs harm, which is the test for whether to demolish or not.
Sorry to interrupt. I do apologise. Are we still talking about Field 151 here?
No.
Oh, sorry, no. This is now my stuff.
Just explain, you've missed Mr. Burnett out there. Mr. Cole and Mr. Burnett first before.
Oh, well, the reason why I took Mr. Gibb was because Mr. Salter, he's been dealing with that area. So I'm sorry, but we're going to deal with Mr. Gibb now, unless there's a problem for you staying. You're happy to stay? It's only going to take 10 minutes from Mr. Gibb.
Sorry, you all right? Yeah, I'm all right. Yeah, I just didn't know.
No, I'm sorry. We took it out of order so that Mr. Salter could find out if Mr. Gibb wanted to talk. If he wanted to talk about anything to do with housing, because that's particularly what Mr. Salter has been looking at in that particular part of the island. Right, Mr. Gibb, carry on.
Public benefit outweighs harm. We were at. Sorry, I'm not on. We were at public benefit outweighing harm, and I think there needs to be discussion about viability tests. These are often brought up, and they're currently not public documents. I note that the Society of Planning Officers in 2019 recommended that viability assessments should be public documents, as they are in England. And I think this is particularly important when decisions are being made about demolition of listed buildings and matters of viability. On HE2 windows, there is discussion about double glazing. It's a perennial issue here in Jersey. The policy is that single glazing in historic buildings should be, in listed buildings, should be retained where possible. I think there is a phrase could usefully be added that double glazing might be accepted only where it can be demonstrated that all other appropriate energy efficiency measures have been undertaken. This is on the basis that the payback period for sealed unit double glazed windows is the longest of any single energy efficiency measure that can be introduced in a building. And consequently there are carbon equivalent issues with this as well. It would be not desirable in terms either of the carbon net zero by 2030 target or financially for double glazing to be introduced unless all other measures have been undertaken. The second, as we are talking about that, the second point I wanted to bring up was about energy efficiency. Under ME2, there is discussion about the measures that might usefully be applied to retrofit, being passive house standards or ENEFIT passive house standards. There isn't very much discussion about appropriate measures for traditionally constructed buildings in Jersey, whether these are listed or not. It is well known under the British Standards Institute retrofit framework being developed in England. There is acknowledgement that solid masonry wall structures perform differently to cavity wall structures. Broadly speaking, these are vapor open structures as opposed to vapor closed structures. It is very important, if these buildings are going to perform adequately, that it is acknowledged within the plan that they perform differently, as different measures have to be applied if they are to function adequately, and you're not going to get decay. The Green Deal in England resulted in all sorts of problems, mainly in terms of structural rot. It is probable that something like 25 to 27% of the buildings in Jersey are traditionally constructed solid masonry wall structures, and therefore it is a significant part of the housing stock. The final thing I wanted to discuss was Volume 4, Performance and Delivery. I'd be interested to know who wrote it. It doesn't look to me that it might have been written by a planner, but perhaps someone will be able to tell me in a minute when they come back. It relies on the Jersey Performance Framework. This is pretty broad brush, but it does have 4 key performance questions, of which the last 2, 3 and 4 are relevant to the implementation of the plan. The third is, does development control operate effectively? And the fourth is, have the island plan proposals been implemented effectively? I am not aware that any previous plans have been assessed as to whether they have been implemented effectively. And it seems to me that the implementation of all plans since 1964 has been inadequate. The visual evidence is there that there are cases where it hasn't really worked out very well. The Jersey Performance Framework relies heavily on statistics to understand outcomes. So it uses numbers, and there's no discussion at all about the quality of outcomes. The quality of outcomes in planning terms are what we all suffer or enjoy every day. It's what buildings look like. Although there's talk of strengthening the Jersey Performance Framework during the life of the plan, under the proposal, it seems to me that it would be useful to add a phrase which would be something like, and will include the regular assessment of the quality of design outcomes and the means to improve these, rather than relying on statistics only.
And will include the?
And will include the regular assessment of the quality of design outcomes and the means to improve these. And this will introduce the concept of quality of design and impact on the environment, both built and natural, as well as statistical performance, which is what is relied on mainly at the moment in Volume 4. Thank you.
Good. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Pilley?
Thank you, sir. Perhaps if we can deal with this in parts. First of all, the comment in relation to HE1 is noted. Clearly, some of the listed buildings and places in the island do embrace landscapes and parks, sir. So some of the designed landscapes are listed. So some of the public parks in St Helier and some of our manor houses include parkland settings, etc. So there is the policy would capture that particular aspect. In terms of the issue of viability tests, we are conscious that they ought to have a greater use in the development control process, and the plan seeks to support their use where viability is an issue. I think this is perhaps an issue that is one more related to planning practice rather than planning policy, sir, but we would submit that the draft plan seeks to provide the tools to enable our colleagues in development control to require viability tests where they are necessary, and indeed if they are material considerations then they ought to be in the public domain and form part of the material used to determine the application, sir. The issue about policy HE2 and historic windows, we would be open to any proposed changes to improve that policy, sir, although clearly there's a States Member amendment from Deputy Hewlin which also seeks to change the wording of that policy, perhaps in the other direction to that intended, sir. So those were my comments. If I can hand over to my colleague.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If I may just pick up on the passive house issues and the performance framework. So we discussed the passive house principles at quite length earlier in the examination. We spoke about the retrofitting requirements, and I accept Mr. Gibbs' point that retrofitting existing buildings can give rise to kind of unintended consequences, particularly when aspiring to the passive house standard. And we agree that that's generally going to be around the ventilation challenges that it would present in a building that wasn't designed to be completely airtight. So I think I used the word holes earlier in the week, but I would change that word to say the policy is purposely flexible to deal with the challenges that we expect to arise as this policy is implemented. I think if we were to be purist about it, the policy would be far tighter, but we accept that to bed this in appropriately to ensure that there aren't the unintended consequences and make sure that the architects leading on these schemes are able to respond to the specific building requirements, that the policy does need to be flexible. And we have provided for that. I'll also note that we've made specific reference to not expecting the standard to be met for listed buildings. That's not just the actual performance issue, but also the heritage tensions that it might create in requiring such a standard on a building that's been recognised to have very specific heritage value. So it's not to say that these things won't be tightened up in the future, but we have to go through this learning process together. But we hope that the policy provides that flexibility to ensure that unintended consequences would be absolutely minimal. With respect to the performance framework of the plan, Mr. Gibb quite rightly highlights that we're drawing from the Jersey performance framework, which is a much higher level of kind of assessment of how Jersey is doing relative to its aspired outcomes. The performance framework is something we didn't have in the last Bridging Island plan. It's not relating to planning specifically. It's a government adopted means of measuring how we are doing as a community, not just as government through policy, but also in other things that are happening across the island. So it's an overarching measure that is very useful to help us to reflect on whether Jersey's going in the direction that we wanted it to go in the future. So that's just an overarching policy monitoring tool that we have available to us that we didn't previously. In terms of how we measure the specific performance of the plan, you'll see that we've set out a comprehensive list of performance measures. I would say that, yes, they are quantitative in their nature because that is, we've already recognised that we've had challenges in monitoring the plan's performance. We need to start with something that's a bit more black and white, which is numbers. Introducing design considerations into the performance framework would introduce a great deal of subjectivity into that because there are different opinions on design quality and different aspects of it, but that's not to say that the performance of previous plans hasn't been taken into consideration in the development of this plan, and we've certainly had regard to design quality issues as they've arisen, and we've got quite a significant evidence base actually that's helped us to understand where we've got it wrong in the past and how we can do things better in the future. So I'll bring your attention to, for example, the St Helier Urban Character Appraisal, which has some fairly critical comments in there and about how St Helier has evolved, and that's as a result of the design quality and development densities that have come forward over the last plan period. So I would say that we definitely do monitor in a qualitative sense. It's just very difficult to provide a report for that, but it is certainly taken into consideration.
Can you just help me, Mr. Day? You don't have a design guide for the construction of the island.
So we have a design guide, but we've recognised it's significantly out of date. I think it was 2008, possibly.
And do you still apply it?
So we've recognised in the plan that work needs to be updated.
Okay.
And work is underway.
Yep. Yes, Mr. Gibb.
The proposal that is contained in Volume 4, the final sentence is, this will include the development as far as possible an automated system to collect the data necessary to monitor a suite of detailed performance measures links to the island plan policies. So that's statistical data.
Yeah.
Hence my suggestion of adding and will include the regular assessment of the quality of design outcomes as a means to improvements, which seems to me to be a fairly broad brush thing, which given that you're already monitoring qualitatively and you are using tools which you admit are out of date, it would enable you then to use those tools which are going to be updated to actually monitor quality as well as quantity.
Yeah.
That would be my point.
Yeah,
Okay.
And I think, sir, as we've noted clearly in part of the evidence base for successive island plan reviews, we've undertaken things like objective assessments of both urban and rural character, and hopefully that provides some degree of assessment of change in both of those environments. But I think the point is noted, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Gibb. Very helpful. Right. Mr. Burnett.
Yes. Good morning, or good afternoon.
Good morning.
I'm just here to emphasise the fact that in the spatial scoring there was a number of errors made, and if possible I'd like these errors corrected and the true score put in. If I make a point about the first error, there was a listed building put down as being on the property. There's been no listed building on that property for many years. The other one was, it was stated that Field 818 was part of the Green Lung. It's divided by possibly one of the busiest roads we have in Jersey, coming down Beaumont Hill. And there's also a differential of something about 40 feet from the ground level.
I've seen it. I've walked around the area.
You know it then.
I know it. Yeah.
And the other point I would make is the amenities, the distances to the amenities. Some of them were out by miles, so that needs to be looked at as well. Our score was 14, and Joe and myself have looked at it, and we think the score should have been 18, and therefore it shouldn't be an Appendix C. It should be an Appendix A. Or Appendix 1, in my opinion.
18 would have been one of the highest scores, I think.
It warrants
looking
it.
at.
See, when you think here, we've got permission for land controls, agriculture. They have no objection whatsoever to any change of use. So there's no many fields that can say that, but Field 818 can.
Yeah. And when you talk about amenities, are you talking about in St. Peter?
Yes, I'm talking about doctors, schools, shops, etc.
Yeah, okay. All right.
I've actually paced it and drove it.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Pleasure, thank you. Mr. Pilley or Mrs. Day?
I think so. We would. I think perhaps Mr. Burnett's comments relate to the scoring in the essay, the sustainability appraisal. Notwithstanding the scoring issue, sir, I think our earlier comments about the site assessment would still remain, sir.
Now, anybody else? Who else
Joe,
have we got?
Joe, you were going to speak more.
Do you want to raise anything?
Funnily enough, I was intending to speak before Mr. Burnett, but he's obviously jogged through the principal points, so I have no issues with that. All I would add is that the detail of what we're talking about here today is contained in a pair of submissions that have been made to yourself. We made one, and also Waddington's did as well. And what Alex is talking about there is contained in there in detail. And the second point I would add is that Mr. Burnett is actually proposing to demolish his own home and all of the associated structures on the site to relocate to another premises to make the land available for families and housing, principally for St. Peter. That's all I would add.
Okay. Great, thank you very much. Right. Have we got Ms. Deputy Luce here? No, Deputy Luce has not come. Right. Mr. Perchard.
Yes, sir.
Cricket.
Yes, sir. Would you mind just passing that photo to the... Good afternoon. My name is James Perchard, and this is Jack Livingston, my professional advisor for too many years for both of us. So my proposal is to build a privately funded indoor cricket and multi-use sports hall with an accompanied gymnasium, fitness studios, washrooms and changing rooms, and car parking on field 727 St Martin's. So just a bit of background for you. In 2003, I was granted permission to build the cricket field that you have in front of you, a photo of which you have in front of you.
Yeah.
On fields 724 and 722A and B in St Martin's. This land is now currently protected under the open space policy SCO4. In 2016, I was granted planning permission to extend the cricket field to make the boundaries a little bit bigger. And I extended the cricket field into field 727, which is the subject of my inquiry today, sir. This year, as an aside, I was granted planning permission to extend the pavilion at the cricket ground because it is so successful, extend the pavilion to improve the toilet facilities and changing rooms. The Farmers Cricket Ground, sir, is used by Jersey Cricket Limited and the ICC to host international games. All weekend cricketers have an opportunity to play at the Farmers Cricket Ground. It isn't exclusive. It is now recognised as a highly rated community and international facility, and is a legacy, sir, of which I'm extremely proud. Fort Regent being unavailable this year because of the pandemic and it's being used for other uses, and its future as a sports venue are in doubt, and with multi-use publicly owned sports halls in great demand on the island, there is an acknowledgement that there is a requirement for sports halls and indoor cricket and well-being facilities in the east of the island, sir. And the government policies Inspiring Active Places 2001 recognise this, and Community Facilities and Open Space Assessment of Sites 2021 also recognises the lack of facilities in the east of the island. So I have in a file, which I will leave with you, letters of support for my proposal from Education, Sports and Culture, the Minister in charge of sport, Jersey Sport, the governing body for sport on the island, Jersey Cricket, and the ICC, the International Cricket Council, are all very supportive of my proposal. So cricket is a sport that is flourishing on the island. The growth in children and women's cricket is a joy to see. And Jersey is now an associate member of the International Cricket Council, the ICC, and is ranked 23rd in the world. And our Farmers Field has had a part to play in their success. If Jersey and Farmers host these international competitions from all over the world, sir, and in the file I'll leave with you, there's a list of countries that have played at the Farmers Field, and it's very impressive. An outdoor cricketing and general sports venue with accompanied gymnasium and fitness studios would significantly enhance the offer to the ICC, but more importantly, sir, I think an indoor cricket and sports venue would, with the supporting facilities, would encourage and enable people to participate in sport, thereby assisting the government in its mission to increase the number of physically active people by 10% by 2030. So government's strategic plan 2022 to 2025 has 5 key priorities, and one of them is to improve Islanders' well-being and mental health and physical health. So I respectfully request that Field 727, a field which I own in St Martin's that overlooks the Farmers Cricket Ground, be rezoned to permit an indoor cricket and sports facility with an accompanied gymnasium, fitness studios, wash and changing rooms and toilets.
So if I look at this photograph, the field that you're talking about where you want the indoor facility, can I see it on this photograph? Or just on the edge of the photograph?
It was quite a nice photo, and I'd let you have it. I've got a map here. Would you like to see it?
No. Well, yes, you can give me a map.
I've got the map. This one? Yeah. Do you mind passing that over? The field is currently in the green zone, sir, as was the cricket field. In 2002, I grew potatoes in there because I'm a farmer. In 2003, I got planning permission to rezone that field.
Okay, right.
Would you like to keep that, sir? Or shall
No, I won't keep that, thank you.
There is some supporting documents in there, letters of support, sir, from the government and from Jersey Sport.
Well, we don't normally accept additional evidence at this stage because it won't have been in the public domain other than it's been here, but I've made a note of all the points that you've made.
Just a point of order, sir. We did offer to provide evidence to Mrs. Wilson a while ago, and she did say, Jack?
Yeah, we did ask if we could submit additional information, but we were advised that that was not appropriate at that stage.
Our problem, you see, is that if information is not in the public domain before these hearings, nobody's had a chance to comment on it. That's our difficulty with accepting material after the consultation period has been. But be assured, I've made a note of the points you've made, and I've made a note of the fact that you've got support from Jersey, from sports people, and well, I've made a note.
If I may, I'm not sure if you're aware that your site was actually raised in discussion on the day that we spoke about strategic infrastructure. Mr. Salter raised the site. Mr. Andy Skate from IHE, Director General of IHE, did actually speak quite positively about your operation on the site and the important role that the facility plays.
Thank you for that. But I do feel that we've been a little bit of a victim here of poor advice. I know we only started communicating with Mrs. Wilson some 2 months ago.
Let me have a look at it now, and I'll give it back to you so that I don't take it away with me. But I just want to have a quick look.
Thank you. Could you excuse me, Mr. Cole? Thank you very much. I think that's pages 6, 7, 8, and 9, sir. I have on my own documents highlighted the areas where they offer their support, but
goodness me, that's your list of teams I see.
yeah, they've all played at the Farmers Field, sir. And the ICC, I don't know if you've ever heard of the International Cricket. Yeah, there's a very complimentary letter in that bundle from the ICC.
I see that, yeah.
May I?
I'm distressed to see you haven't played South Africa.
We've had quite a few. I recognise your accent. We've had quite a few South Africans who come over for the finance industry and play in Jersey. And
I'm sure they do. They like going to nice places.
Yes,
South Africans.
So can I also raise another point as an aside? I made some little scribbles this morning. Thank you. That the Inspiring Active Places policy proposal from Jersey Sport is due to start in 13 months' time with the redevelopment of Le Roquier School, to enable a facility in the southeast of the island. That has, because of COVID and other issues, it's stalled. But their proposals recognise it's going to be at least £100 million worth of investment on sports facilities, government investment on sports facilities on the island. And so with Jersey having to pay for its COVID, maybe 400-500 million, with the pension debts that have been recognised that need to be put right as 450 million, with the new hospital at 800 million, and there was another one I forgot. Jersey is going into debt, and it's well known that Jersey is going to borrow over £1.5 billion. I do feel a victim of that debt, particularly the COVID, which nobody could have predicted and budgeted for. A victim of that will be sports facilities. And with the population expanding on the island, we're going to build a lot more houses, and one thing will happen, the population will go up. We do need these facilities, sir, and as I said, I'm a farmer, and I couldn't think of a better use for that field than to have people coming to enjoy health and fitness facilities in the east of the island.
So can you help me? Who's going to pay for this facility?
It's privately funded, sir.
Okay.
The same as the Farmers Cricket Ground. I set it up, and I'm very proud of it, and it's a great legacy. I'm setting up a trust to ensure that its future viability is not in doubt, and I pay for that. And the club, the Farmers Cricket Club, pays a peanuts rent to me to enable it to prosper on that facility.
Yeah.
This will be privately funded, sir, but to be honest, not only do we need an indoor cricket and sports hall, we have to support that with a gymnasium and some health and fitness studios, which will help the whole facility wash its face. I'm not expecting it to be a very profitable venture, but I do hope that it's able to wash its face financially.
Okay.
Seems pretty straightforward. Facilities and small family houses. How hard is this?
So this is. Would you describe this as the premier cricket facility on the island?
It would be rude of me to do that, sir.
Would
but
it?
if you had more time to read those 4 letters that I offer in support, I think you would know the answer to that.
Good. Okay. Thank you very much. States? I know we did briefly discuss it.
Yes, we did.
Was it yesterday or whenever it was? We did discuss it previously. Yeah.
Yeah. So, of course, you know, the Minister recognises the important role that all existing sports facilities play. We've made an attempt in the plan to allocate as much as we can for this purpose, recognising also the links to the decant of Fort Regent and the general struggles that all sport is currently facing. There's so many different sporting clubs that are desperate for premises, and we do absolutely recognise that. I think that the issue here is purely location. It is an out-of-town site. It's not immediately adjacent to the built-up area. It is an expansion of an existing site, so you can't deliver this within the bounds of your existing site. So, unfortunately, the Minister isn't able to support that. It's contrary to the spatial strategy. If it were in a more sustainable location, I think the outcome would have been different. But unfortunately, you can't change where you are. It would be a case of relocation, and we could consider some alternatives, perhaps.
Okay. I think we've probably explored it as far as we can. You content? Right. Thank you very much. There's nobody else then for this session, so we will adjourn until 2 o'clock when we'll have the final session. Thank you very much. The final session of the hearings part of this examination. I'm Keith Holland, and my colleague is Mr. Salter. We've been asked by the Minister to report to him, consider representations that have been made, both at the first stage and second stage consultation, and to report to the Minister so that he can take the matter to the States Assembly. So today, this afternoon, final session, we're not here to hear repetitions of what you've already put in writing. We're simply here to note any points that you want to make about your representation or any other representation that you feel may not have been covered in the thematic sessions. You probably haven't been attending the thematic sessions, but what we've been trying to do is to probe the representations by asking questions so that we can be sure that we are fully aware of what the situation is and what the views are about what's in the plan. So that's what we've been doing, but this afternoon we'll simply be making a note of whatever you tell us. You have a 10-minute slot in which to bring our attention to anything that you think is critically important in your representation or in any other representation, and then the States may or may not wish to respond to any points that you make. I hope that's clear. Good. Who shall we start with? Mrs. Blakely. Hello. Can you please speak into the... put your speaker, the microphone on and speak into it.
Hello.
These are being recorded and streamed, so
yep.
That's important. Thank you. Right.
Okay, my name is Jane Blakely. I'm a local architect and I also have a qualification in urban design. I sit on council for the Association of Jersey Architects, and I sit on several other panels which gives particular focus to protection of the environment and built environment. To congratulate you on getting through this epicness of island plan documentation, I haven't purposely waded through it all. I'd like to offer comments that is more so an overview, because I feel, the devil in the detail can always be worked out, and my interest has been the overview to this document. Adding to that, I question, as at the moment, are we at a point where we have maximised development on the island, and is it not at a crossroads to which we begin to spoil the quality of life and enjoyment of the island, which is known and is a very picturesque island. With that, in terms of the plan, I have strong focus to sustainability within my own work as a local architect and the involvements I have on the island. And I'm finding there's little indication of clear sustainable policy in the document. For example, housing. I question why there is no facility in the document for extension of existing homes. The numbers given are 4150 homes by 2025 and 7,000 by 2030. From what I'm understanding is new homes, and does not factor in the fact that people extend their homes, 80% homes as it is, but they could also be encouraged to don't move, improve, and policy allows for that within the plan. So I have grave concern about these numbers of 4150 and 7,000 new homes by 2030, and I'm really scratching my head to understand where we're going to put them. With that, I know it's not a popular topic, but the population policy as a political policy has significant effect on this plan, and I appreciate yourselves as inspectors are probably not going to take on board the fact there's not an immigration policy provided with this plan, but I think it's the crux of how development goes forward, and development is the plan. So are we at a point where the glass is spilling over in terms of too much development, and the crossroads I have just mentioned, the critical crossroads in the island's history in terms of how we go forward with development? It's already becoming clearly obvious that that glass is spilling over. The knock-on to infrastructure with the amount of immigration in the last 10 years means we need a new hospital, we need new schools, and indeed we seem to need substantial new homes. Equally, I popped in yesterday to listen to some of the discourse, and the question with Le Gigolon quarry and the debate over that planning application, which has been met with considerable contention. Is it not a prime example that we're now living so closely together on this island with all the immigration and development that, the likes of an application for a quarry extension becomes an irritation. An irritation because we live close to it, we can hear it, we have a hotel near it. So I cite that as another example of infrastructure spilling over and the demand, the glass spilling over and the demands on the existing infrastructure. With that within the plan, I have read about the extension of the Coastal National Park. I have to advise, as a local practicing architect, already at this point, because of the pandemic, receiving tenders for projects have gone up significantly in the last 18 months by about 70 to 80% of tenders I'm receiving at the moment. Now, if we extend the national park in the way that is being proposed, this is going to automatically put up, the land values will increase substantially again. So we're getting to a point where the island, also economically, is almost pricing itself out of the market. Our construction industry is going to be significantly impacted if land values increase dramatically on top of the impact of Brexit and the pandemic. And we need to we could use this plan to draw a line and say very carefully, what do we actually need for the next 3 and 10 years, as opposed to continuing to promote a lot more development to satisfy the immigration. It's really a critical crossroads. I've got anything else to say? The climate crisis. I comment quite frequently to the climate crisis on issues locally. The bottom line is significant development uses traditionally a lot of concrete, which uses a lot of aggregate as well, interestingly from the comments yesterday with aggregate use on the island. And concrete is one of the highest CO2 emitters in its production and in its existence. So why are we promoting so much development in the middle of a climate crisis? Yes, so to conclude, my own view with this crossroads as to the impact on our natural and built environment and how we go forward. Our current population is 108,000, and it would seem, particularly with the amount of traffic now on the island, that that is about enough. And that's about all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blakely. Virtually every point you've raised has been sort of discussed over the last couple of weeks while we've been discussing. I don't know if you want to come back, Mr. Pilley, on any of those points. They have been covered pretty extensively up to now.
They have, sir. Perhaps just to pick out a couple of points. Reference was made to the fact that the plan may not cater for extensions. Policy H1 makes explicit reference to extensions. In terms of the requirement to deal with the number of homes that we need in the island. As we discussed, sir, this isn't primarily driven by in-migration. We're also seeking to meet some of the latent demand which exists within the island's housing market, and in fact the plan adopts a very conservative assumption in terms of levels of in-migration relative to what we've seen recently. And of course, why are we promoting development? Well, we're promoting development, sir, because the island needs homes and it needs community infrastructure, and that's what the plan is seeking to do, and to deliver that development in the most sustainable manner that's possible, sir.
Can I just ask a question on that, Kevin?
You can.
Yeah. Firstly, that with your figures, so you're saying the 4150 and 7,000 new homes by 2030 factors in the amount of planning applications that go on weekly and annually for domestic works, which is the majority of planning applications. Does it factor in the existing planning applications and permits into those figures?
I'm not sure that I understand the question.
Well, to me, there's the two figures: 4150 new homes by 2025,
yep,
and 7,000 new homes by 2030.
Can you just put your microphone on, please?
4150 new homes by 2025, I understand, and 7,000 by 2030. Now, those figures, if it was, does it factor in the amount of extensions that can happen to existing homes, which are 80% of planning applications weekly and annually? And if not, why not? Because then we would see a reduction in the number of new homes.
You want to pick that, Mr.
Well, I was just going to say, clearly in the plan we identify sources of housing supply, and that includes planning consents for new residential development in whatever form that takes. So if that involves the creation of new homes, then that will be picked up in the existing planning consents.
So those figures do factor in the permits for extending existing homes?
No.
I'm concerned about the existing
No, I mean, it seems to me, if a home is extended,
yeah,
it doesn't mean that there isn't, that a need for a home by somebody else goes away.
Well, the way I view it, if somebody is given the opportunity to extend their home,
yes,
and even with incentive from its government, they don't have to look for a new larger home or a new different home.
but if they look for a new larger home and vacate their existing home, then their vacated home becomes available for somebody else.
Yes, but are we not?
We're not double. I don't think we're double counting, but Mr. Billy may be able to help.
It's only new homes, isn't it?
Yeah, it is related to new homes, and perhaps if it helps, the objective assessment of housing need also looks at different types of homes that are required in terms of size of home as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
But as new homes, those figures are for new homes.
Yes. Yes, they are.
Yeah. Okay. The other question is, currently, the current island plan has an immigration, net immigration of 325 per annum, I believe, Kevin. And yet that is increasing to 800 with this new plan. Is that correct?
I mean, our understanding of the situation is that, yes, the current island plan was based on 325 or whatever your figure was, but in reality it's been much higher. Okay, so the new island plan, the bridging island plan, is based on a higher figure than 325. It's based on 700 plus 700 migration plus 100 from natural increase. So it's based on an increase of 800, which is not as high as it has been in the recent past.
Yes, and the reason it's been high is because there hasn't...
It
keeps switching off. The reason it's been higher is because there's been no immigration policy.
Yeah, no,
so I'm just, it's a bit chicken and egg, isn't it? If you have an immigration policy, then the numbers come down. But then there's two scenarios. Either we promote a plan with an immigration policy or without. Surely we've got to promote a plan with an immigration policy in place.
Well, we were told that that is being worked on, and that
so you will factor that in.
That there is one of the first policies in the plan, proposals in the plan, is to actually work up long-term assumptions about migration. So that's the intention. But we haven't got that at the moment. So
that will be given to you at some stage in the next few months?
No, not for us. That's not for this plan. This plan is not being based on an adopted population policy, because they haven't got one yet.
So that means for the next 3 years, there's a plan in place that doesn't consider immigration, an immigration policy. I'm just trying to understand it. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Well, there's as is clearly set out at the beginning of the plan, and we spent a lot of the time on the first day of the examination talking about the planning assumption and the demand that then drives for housing requirements, for example. So the rationale for the planning assumption adopted in the plan is set out in some detail at the beginning of the document.
But is basically what we've just been talking about. The next 3 years with this plan won't have an immigration policy, or is the immigration policy going to be issued in the new year?
I think it's important to recognise that this is a land use development plan. This is not a population policy adopted by the states. The plan has adopted a planning assumption based on some evidence, which, as I say, is set out at the beginning of the plan, and that provides us with the parameters within which this draft plan is making planning provision for. So
then I conclude that I don't think a proposed plan for 3 years can be put in place without an immigration policy in place.
I think we've probably covered this as far as we have. Yeah. Lots of representations have made the point that, why are you producing a plan in the absence of a population policy? It's something that we've read a lot about. Good. Okay. Thank you very much. I think we've got.
Senator Ferguson's on the screen.
Yeah. On the list next we've got Mr. Walton. Mr. Walton, do you mind if we take Senator Ferguson first?
Yes.
You happy with that?
Okay.
Good. Unless you want to go first, I'm happy to. If you're happy to wait, let's ask for Senator Ferguson. Let's hear what Senator Ferguson wants to say. Senator Ferguson.
Yes, sir. If Mr. Walton wants to go first, I have no problem with that.
Well, no. Well, you go first. No, we've got you in case we lose you, and I hope we won't. You go first.
You've heard about teams before, have you?
Yes.
Well, I had a particular problem with it actually earlier this week, but.
Yes, I speak actually for the Biarritz Hotel, which owns the piece of land which contains things like a pétanque court and basically, a pétanque court, and it provides access to the beach. Now, the path is essential to keep access to the beach because not many hotels in the whole island have direct access and don't have to cross a busy road. We're not quite sure what this redesignation would mean for the hotel. Is it going to limit such things as improvement to the path? It seems that everyone wants to redesignate the path belonging to the hotel, not just the Conitard, but also owners of property alongside the path. But nobody has consulted us. In fact, some of the owners of the property have wanted to purchase the land and totally cut off the path, access along the path to the beach. We're being bullied. The whole thing arose from some comments posted by Socrates Architects concerning the strip of beach frontage, which is owned by the Biarritz Hotel at the very far east end of Cyprus Bay. It's a very narrow frontage compared with others in the bay, and and it has the Coastal National Park on one side, and we have a wooden shed which is occupied by a small cafe. To the east of the hotel is the unspoiled headland of woodland, which continues around the coast to Waney. The owners of the property to the west of the hotel's frontage frequently complain about the Flavours Cafe, which has limited outside seating and is prohibited from cooking food. And the owners of this property are coincidentally called Socrates. And the strip of land which Socrates architects refer to as being a prominent and likely route for endangered wildlife is a very narrow and is occupied largely by a path from the hotel to the beach. There are various hotel facilities, including a petanque area and several seating areas, so it is unlikely that any wildlife would be likely to leave the safe haven of the adjoining woodland, from which the Biarritz strip is fenced off, to utilise this area. Furthermore, what route would this wildlife be following, as we think it's unlikely that any of the species that Mr. Socrates has named would want to travel up the land in question to the hotel. So we've really got two competing changes going on here. We've had the suggestion from the Connétable, who has not even bothered to speak to us about it, and we've got the owners, what appear to be the owners of the property down at the bottom of the hill, wanting to buy part of the path to cut off our exit to the beach. We have a number of complaints about the cafe, which actually is very well has a very good clientele and is very clean and tidy. So we really feel as if everybody's trying to bully us when we have no intention of, building houses all the way down the hill or anything like that. And so would somebody please talk to us properly instead of just deciding on our behalf?
Okay, I think we've got the gist of your concern, Senator Ferguson. Mr. Pilley, can you offer any reassurance for her?
Well, certainly from the Minister's perspective, sir, there was a representation made to, as the Senators indicated, to extend the Coastal National Park boundary further west to embrace parts of the land owned by the Biarritz Hotel. That proposed extension of the Coastal National Park is not supported by the Minister. And indeed, I believe one of the Constable of St Brolard's amendments also proposed to extend the shoreline zone to embrace an area to the east of St Brolard's Bay, which it would also again include the area of the Biarritz Hotel's garden. And again, the proposed extension of the shoreline zone is not supported by the Minister, sir. So I don't know if that provides any assurance to the Senator.
I'm not sure that answers the concern that the Senator appears to have about the possible elimination of the path. Is that what you're concerned about, Senator?
Well, I think we're concerned about the fact that everybody seems to want to do something with our piece of property. Well, if nobody's bothered to even ask us what we think.
Well, if it's your property, they've got a problem, haven't they? So let's see.
Well, yes, but it would be nice if, if they could be firmly put in their place, please.
Okay, we've received your message. I think. There's no, Mr. Pilley, there's no proposals to cut the path off or anything of that nature.
No, sir. From a policy perspective, there's nothing that would impact the hotel in terms of the continued enjoyment of its garden and its path, sir.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much, Senator Ferguson. That's been an interesting discussion.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Walton. You've been very patient. Thank you.
Right, well, I'm Martin Walton from St Martin. I'm representing Le Pré Farm, basically.
Sorry, which farm?
Le Pré Farm,
Oh, yeah.
L-E-P-R-E Farm, accent on the E, Le Pré. First of all, I would like to thank Kevin Pilley for providing further information since the meeting of the 18th of November, which was, I've tried to make the thing a bit more concise. We're strongly objecting to any administrative or zonal splitting of Le Pré Farm. What is the rationale? What is the public benefit of putting a boundary through the middle of the farm rather than using the northern field boundary, which is clearly defined and a permanent feature on the ground? What is the conservation rationale, and what, objectively, a word used quite frequently, is the difference about the northerly fields in that they warrant protection already provided by the green zone designation? Lastly, but importantly, there is no track through the farm. And using the term track for the proposed boundary will lead to assumption of a right-of-way which does not exist. I am more than willing to discuss the matter at a site meeting, which is the only way to appreciate the situation properly. We've no idea what legislation which follow, for example, agricultural practice. Small farm units have all but disappeared, and we've kept the farm together as an integral unit since 1949. The other point which I'd put on, a little bit more on it. We've no idea, yes, no, I've finished that. The other problem is that the priorities of consultation appears to have been with official interest groups rather than individuals, owners and occupiers. It came as a total shock to be told by a neighbour that a proposed national park boundary ran through the middle of Le Pré Farm. The first real public information, as far as I was concerned, came in the JEP of the 17th of July, which was also the cut-off date for representation. I received no confirmation of having sent my original letter, and in fact only found that it had been accepted thanks to Helen Wilson, who looked it up in the archives. I suppose that's it.
Thank
Concisely.
you. Right, okay. Mr. Salter is dealing with the national park issues.
Yeah, so I have. Can you come up and point on this map to where you're? Or do you know?
I have difficulty finding it on that.
So perhaps if Mr. Walton wants to. So this is Le Pré Farm.
Yeah.
Here,
Okay. Right.
The current boundaries.
So you're here. Yeah.
Just that's Le Pré Farms.
That's
just there. So that's the current Coastal National
That's the
Park
current
boundary,
one.
and that's the proposed.
So I suppose it's more or less saying to maintain the boundary down around here, or very close to where the valley is. The difference is that these fields are back and higher than the valley, so they're not.
Okay, where's your farm boundary? How big
Right,
is it?
here's the two fields that have been put in, and this field here,
and that's it.
not
Okay.
that one, but that one, and that one. And I don't see that there's any reason for putting those in.
Okay, right, thanks very much. I'd like to see your comments on that, Mr. Pelling, please.
Firstly, sir, as we discussed on in the session when we considered the Coastal National Park issue, as we stated, one of the reasons for undertaking the Coastal National Park boundary review was to address the definition of the Coastal National Park on the ground. And at the moment, the Coastal National Park is largely defined with reference to topographical features, things like changes in height and break of slope, etc. As I say, one of the objectives of the review was to use definable features on the ground. So the boundary in this area does pick up on identifiable features on the ground. And I think when Mr. Walton refers to a track, that's one of the features picked up, in addition to hedgerows, and it obviously then is bounded by the road Rue de Pouchot. So that's one of the objectives for changing the boundary here. And as you will know from the previous discussion, sir, part of the objective of the review was to extend the Coastal National Park boundary to protect those areas of the island that have a higher landscape value and where the landscape is more intact, even if that embraces agricultural land. So that's part of the justification for the proposed boundaries. So, again, as we discussed on the day, this is considering the protection of this landscape purely from a planning point of view. So it's about the regulation of development. It's not about it's not about land management, except where that would require planning consent, and it does not confer any rights of access. And again, we discussed on that day, sir, issues of the provenance of Jersey's Coastal National Park relative to other national parks that may have a greater emphasis on public rights of access. Just picking up on the points of consultation, sir, I think there's a danger here of conflating engagement that was undertaken as part of the preparation of the evidence base with the consultation process that was operated for the policies and proposals set out in the draft plan. And again, as we've made clear, sir,
as I said at the hearing, this was published in April. Actually, the map was published in April.
The people around where I live, there's still some who have no idea that the boundary infringes on their property. It hasn't been given proper publicity apart from the interest groups, of course.
Well, that's for Mr. Pilley to say what. Well, there has been publicity.
I think again, this is conflating the preparation of the evidence base, which we've acknowledged involved a workshop involving stakeholder groups, and that workshop was convened to look at the proposed boundaries of the National Park Review, and as set out at the back of that report, there are some changes that were made as a consequence of that workshop, and that workshop involved established stakeholder groups representing both environmental development and farming interests in the island. So the list of stakeholders is provided in the evidence base, sir. But of course that is just the evidence base. It is not the proposed draft policy as set out in the draft plan.
Well, yes, I was going to ask you. Are you aware of what the change means in terms of policies that apply to your fields?
Well, I have sort of put that in this because there is the word used objectively, and the words are used conservation rationale, and basically it's a bit vague, to be honest. But why can't people who live in these areas have been advised? I mean, I've had a letter that one of the roads is going to be up, which put through my letterbox, but no one coming round or saying, your land is going to be split in two. It's just crazy.
Well, it's
I didn't
don't
get
know how to deal
invited
with it.
to
I mean,
the workshop, did I?
the consultation process has been done, and I did ask. I mean, as far as we're aware, the regulatory framework has been followed, and
I know regulatory framework
statutory
according to the law.
consultations.
Yes, yes.
But so what? And it just means that there are different policies. NE3 is the policy that now applies to that land. But if you're rather than the green zone policy, which is HE8, NE7, sorry, and other H. But it's not. Well, okay, it's not splitting your land, other than just saying that a different policy will apply. But actually, it's not much different from your point of view as a farmer, in that if they're fields and you
But
just
it's a
intend
unit,
to.
you know.
Well, it doesn't affect the unit.
Well, it does, because the fact that it's now gone into a park, two of the fields are being whipped off and divided as being park.
No, they're not. They're not going to. I think that's the problem. Yeah, there's a misunderstanding. I think there's clearly a misunderstanding here. I mean, they're not going to be in a park that is accessible to everyone.
Not at the moment.
Well, no. Well, not at all, as far as I'm aware. I mean, as far as the plan goes, that's.
We don't know what's going to happen in the future.
We did talk about this in that there's a difference in purposes. As a national park in England is different to the national park here, in that one of the objectives of the parks in England is to allow greater access to people, but that's not
yes,
the case.
Yes, it shouldn't have been called a national park.
No,
well,
maybe not, or maybe it shouldn't, but anyway, it's different.
I do realise that, yeah.
And
thanks to Kevin.
Well, and so effectively, really all that's happened is the management issues. There's nothing going to happen in terms of management. No one's going to come along to you and say, you know, we're taking over your fields so that we can make them into a picnic
area.
area.
Why pick two fields out which are no different to the other fields?
There's lots of other fields that have been included, but I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just trying to explain what the designation means for you.
Yeah.
Maybe I haven't done that very well, Mr. Pilley. Is there anything you'd like to add to that?
Can I just say, I mean, it seems to me it's the way you farm is not going to be any different where the boundary goes.
We don't know, because they divided up into a separate section, we don't know how it will change.
Oh, well,
Why, when the fields are exactly the same, should two fields come into some other designation? You know,
the trouble with boundaries is you always have, you know, they have to go somewhere, and there's in this case, it's not going to make any difference.
A much more reasonable
Okay.
way to the north.
All right.
Line of trees, and it's back from the valley.
Okay.
The only additional point I'd make, sir, is clearly if there is going to be any change to the management of land within the Coastal National Park, that would have to be agreed by consensus with the landowners involved. And clearly in that respect, the landholders hold the whip hand, as it were, sir.
Well, there we go, Mr. Walton. You hold the whip hand. I know you're doubtful about that, but I don't think we can take it much further. Thank you very much, Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you.
I'm Derek Ferguson. I say no relation to Senator Ferguson. I'm from St Martin, a parishioner. And for my sins, I'm also the Secretary of the St Martin's Housing Association, who have developed affordable housing in recent times. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. I would like to speak about the Plan B list of additional sites, or alternative sites, I think was the title, and in particular Field 391. The first point I wish to make is to compare the handling of the draft bridging plan compared to the Plan B list. The draft bridging plan, I believe, was produced about April 2020 and was made with a lot of publicity, with road shows at the parish hall so that people could go and ask questions and look at the data and feed back to the Minister. The Plan B list appears to have been produced by the Minister in September of 2020 with no publicity whatsoever.
2021, I think. Are you,
sorry, 2021.
Are you talking both about the initial...
2021.
The plan was published in April 2021, and then the Plan B list came out in September 2021.
Sorry, I got a year out. And because that was not publicised in any form or fashion, the residents
that's
in
not
the area...
quite right. It was publicised. You can't say it wasn't publicised in any form or fashion. It may not have had the same degree of publicity as the plan itself.
Well, that's
the Plan
point I'm
B
making.
sites, the Plan B sites have been in the public domain, and we've seen many hundreds of representations about them. So you can't say there haven't been. There's no.
The point I'm making is the difference between the wide publicity and the opportunity given to the public.
I accept
to comment,
that.
and it was not the same with the alternative list at all.
But
in fact,
my point is the alternative list was in the public domain, and we've seen, as I say, several hundred representations about it. So plenty of people knew about it.
I tend to disagree in that they probably didn't know around the time it was issued, because I think it was covered by the Bailiwick Express in early October, which has alerted members of the public, and particularly the group of people that border the particular field, which is why you then got, I think, a dozen letters all within a matter of days before the deadline of the 22nd of October.
If only it had been a dozen, we would have been an easier job. Anyway,
I did see. Okay, I mean, just to be clear, I did see all those. I mean, I dealt with this side of the island, and we did have a session. I think it was the Tuesday afternoon session when it was discussed. I'm sorry that you weren't there. There was someone there. There were 2 or 3 people there who were residents. One of whom did border the site, I think, who came. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, and I was in the audience.
Well, are you confirming that
I was in the audience?
Okay.
And that leads me on, I guess, to another point that comes up based on this second list. There seemed to be some doubt in your mind as to exactly what this list was to be used for. I seem to recall you having some doubts as to what exactly was expected of you as inspectors, and whether you were...
I don't think that's...
I think,
maybe putting words in my mouth, but if you...
To quote you, I think you said that where you expected, was this list expected to be used if you disallowed any fields on the draft plan and would therefore substitute by ABC on the alternative list?
Was that, yes, mate?
I think that was what you actually said.
I asked Mr. Pilley that, did I?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, and got a response because just to clarify where that was, what he thought how we should be approaching it.
Yeah. So I really, again, highlighting the fact that this Plan B list seems to be somewhat hairy-fairy as to what it's there for and why it should be used.
Again, I think I have to challenge your... I'm perfectly clear in my own mind what the list is. The Minister produced the list because some of the sites that are in the plan, they were withdrawn by owners. So it was obviously, if the Minister wants to provide that amount of affordable housing on sites, if some sites that he's allocated for housing have been withdrawn by their owners, he has to propose some other alternatives. And that's what he did, and said, well, here's a list, have a look at it and see what you think of my list. We might accept some of his list, none of his list, all of his list, whatever, but that's the purpose of it.
It'd be interesting to know whether the Planning Department and the Minister received any direct information from any of the people that were involved around that site, or the sites of these fields. Because, just to go on a bit further, if you look at a different parish, St Clements, there's been a real hoo-ha in recent days about the fact that not even the constable knew about these fields being available on the list.
Well, okay, was this the C102, 104, 105 fields?
I'm not sure which fields there were, but
yeah, okay.
But there has been a real hoo-ha in St Clements that people, again, were not aware of. In fact, Mr Walton was talking about people not being aware of changes to various things, and I think that's maybe slightly different, because I think you're talking about the bridging plan.
I mean, just to be clear, I think I'm clear now what the purpose of the list was. I was just trying to clarify that with Mr Pilley. We've, as Mr Holland said, you know, we are reporting on these sites. We've had a number of other sites as well. We call them list C sites or whatever. So, I mean, interested to hear whether there's anything else you want to say about the planning merits of the site itself.
Yes, I do want to go on to that site, in particular, the actual field itself. Because at the thematic session, I seem to recall, again, I'm trying to quote you, that you seemed to indicate that you thought there was access from field 391 onto a main road, when in fact we said that it's only off two very green lanes, which are 15 mile an hour limits.
Yes, okay, I'm sorry if I said that I didn't mean to mean that. There are two, there's the long rue, and then there's a one-way rue, isn't there? La Rue de Payon, which comes from the Grand Route de Faldewey.
And so there's nothing onto a main road at all. It's two green lanes that are 15 miles an hour.
Yes, okay, I understand that.
You now understand
I have been there, yeah. No, I've been there, but
well, you said you've been there, but you thought there was access to a main road.
Well, maybe I meant from the main road via Rue de Payon. Okay, that's...
And I really just wanted to make sure that that point has now been made.
Okay, I understand.
It is only
Thank
green
you.
lanes, and the exits from those green lanes onto main roads are exceedingly dangerous. To the extent that the parish roads committee changed the flow of traffic in La Longue Rue to reduce the traffic coming out from that exit.
So just to make sure that I understand, Mr. Ferguson, as the Secretary of the Housing Association, you're opposed to this site being allocated for affordable housing?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, right, okay.
Merely because of the traffic that would be involved on it. The other thing I would say about that green lane, La Longue Rue, is that the site that we were involved with further down the lane at field 402 it was, and it had an exit onto Rue de Faldewey, a main road. We purposely put in a walkway into the green lane to allow for the children going to school to have a reasonably easy access to school to avoid the main roads. So we're talking about children up and down La Longue Rue as well. And it's a very favourite walk for walkers and cyclists.
Yes, I've walked along it actually. Yeah. As I said at the meeting. Is there anything else you wanted to say about the site?
Could I say one thing that is really important? I reluctantly approached the owner of the field and asked whether he was willing to sell.
Well, that was what I'm now coming to.
Oh right, yeah. No, I mean I shouldn't take comments from the floor.
I was about to actually
right.
move to that. He's just pinched my bit. Yeah, the final point I want to make is that the present owner of the field has made it quite clear that he would not be prepared to sell the land for housing development, and has the support on this matter from his family in perpetuity.
Well, okay, I don't think I've seen that in writing from the owner.
No, we have that verbally from the owner. And of course,
the owner
again...
It's difficult taking hearsay, isn't it?
Well, okay, the owner again is one of the people that didn't know nothing about this list.
But someone else, I'm sure I've had evidence that the owner said it was available.
So, to confirm, the statement response said subject to the site becoming available, and my colleague here, Ms Jones, spoke to the owner just recently.
Yeah, directly. Sorry, I had to sort of check that this was the case because the field had been put forward by the parish. He hadn't given permission, he wasn't aware of it, and he didn't want to go ahead with it. So I spoke to him directly on the phone, and he confirmed that that was the situation. He didn't want to put the field forward.
So he has confirmed that he doesn't want to sell?
Yeah.
So is he talking?
Well, I'm sorry, I think that is new information for me, isn't it?
Sorry.
Have you told me
to
that
confirm,
before?
My understanding of the conversation was that his initial preference was that he didn't want to see the site coming forward, but that he wanted to see this process run its course. Was that?
Yeah.
He wanted to see, sorry?
This process run its course. So that, hence why we didn't confirm that he absolutely did not support the site, because he indicated that he would like to hear the views of islanders through this process.
I see. Okay.
To confirm, that was anecdotal.
No.
That's a second-rate information.
I could save you some time by saying this.
Yes, okay then. Who are you, please?
John Gray.
Oh yes, you did. You appeared.
I tried. I didn't do a very good job.
Well, just come up then. We might try and clarify all this. Would you like to come up to the microphone then and just say what do you want to say? Is this about the ownership and the deliverability of the site?
It's about the ownership. Initially, when the field was brought to my attention, I thought I should go and see the owner anyway. But I was alerted by Deputy Luce that the owner wasn't very well, so I was reluctant then to go and see him. In the end, I took the plunge because I saw where this was going and spoke to the owner, Mr. De Grushy. I later found out that Mr. and my phone call to him had caused him quite an upset, so I spoke then to his son-in-law, who was representing the daughter. He told me that he had experienced a compulsory purchase of his land in the past, which upset him, and he was quite determined that he would not sell any of his fields. And that's where it stands. What I would say is, if you do contact somebody, do not contact Mr. directly, because of you would go to his son-in-law. But
we won't be contacting him. Don't worry. That's not part of our job. But thank you for that. Okay, right. That's helpful. I mean, right. Well, there is some new information there. I was not aware of this from the States. I think that's correct. Please tell me that I haven't misremembered
I think that's right,
something.
sir. And as has been suggested, I think this is something of an evolving situation. I think from our perspective, it would be helpful for you as inspectors to consider the planning merits of the site. And as we've indicated in our statement response, there was that question mark still hanging over its capability of being delivered as a site. But clearly that's something that we would need to establish once the planning merits are assessed.
I think, Mr. Pelly, it would help us if you could actually confirm one way or the other whether you want the site to remain on the Plan B list.
Well, I think
if you can do that, not today.
Yeah, okay, thank you, sir.
You know, at some stage you can clarify whether you want it to remain or not.
We will seek to do that, sir.
Okay.
I mean, if it helps to clarify, there are other sites on this list which we've said subject to availability, and our stance on that has been that it's important to hear the views of islanders to be able to fully understand the relative merits of those sites, and then the site would be then further considered by the Minister, and further discussions had with landowners prior to any action being taken by the Minister. So just at this point in time, whilst there may not be explicit support, we would seek to certainly bottom that out prior to taking any action whatsoever.
Okay, just to clarify, I mean, I'm just checking my brief notes of that day here, and I've got down points about the site being too big for St Martin's to be developed, the primary school being oversubscribed, highway network, unsuitable access, and comments from Mrs Day about highways not causing, I think you said roughly, not particular concern, but and that the schools could manage through the longer term. Is that right?
So we've covered the education demographic issues at length, and our position stands for that sites would be able to manage the allocations. With respect to the transport, yes, I think we spoke about...
Do you have any further comments about the highways?
No, just that the highway access issues would be resolved through detail of a planning application, should one be made.
Yeah, okay.
Only in conclusion, I would
taken all that into account.
All in conclusion, I would respectfully ask that you take into account, obviously, all the written submissions you've had concerning this field.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Indeed, and the facts you've just heard, and suggest to the Minister that this is not going to be suitable.
Yes, right.
We get your message.
I understand that that's your case. I'm not decrying it. Okay, was that all you had to say?
That's all I had to say, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
The Jersey Construction Council, not here?
Not coming.
Not coming.
Not even remotely.
Right. Yes, Mrs Day?
We are joined by the Minister for the Environment here, closing.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Yes, hello, Minister.
I was speaking in the closing remarks to an empty room, but I'm glad that it's on.
Where would you like to speak? Right, yes, do get to a microphone.
Thank you very much. And no, I did think that I was invited to come along and just say a few closing remarks after 2 long weeks with a gap in between. I'm grateful for those in the room, and then if anybody's online for staying to listen to me. A number of things I'd like to say, though. This whole business of the island plan and its evolution is obviously a very major project and very complex, involves a lot of information. And here we are, we're now at the end of the examination in public of the draft bridging plan. And I think it's really important that I do put on record a number of things. And first of all, and foremost, I'd like to thank our planning inspectors. They are fully independent. I've never met a gentleman before, a lead inspector, Keith Holland, and his assistant principal inspector, Jeff Salter. And I think, and I've been able to, myself, I've been able to watch online for at least 4 of those days, and it will be my intention to watch the rest. And I think it was right that I did it online, because me not being in a room was important to maintain the independence. And I think they've made, I want to thank them for their very comprehensive examination of the plan, their work on checking the supporting evidence and all the representations and amendments, which are a very, very big task. And of course, they didn't just start a week ago. The work started for our inspectors in April. And of course, what they've done is manage this very challenging programme in an exemplary way, and they work through the schedule that's both efficient and I think very engaging, if you don't mind me saying so, sir. I think you've engaged with the public, and I think from what I see, you were well received by the Jersey people. And I'd like to especially acknowledge Mrs. Helen Wilson in the corner, who, as the programme officer, has enabled a smooth running of the proceedings, without which I think things could very rapidly fall apart, and ensure that everybody knew what we were going to discuss, the paperwork, and so on. So I want to say thank you, Helen, as I know she always does it, and you've done it again. Thank you for agreeing to help us. And I think there's some novel things in this inquiry. First of all, I want to thank the firm called Delta, for they've ensured that this is the first where the event could be streamed live, online, through just wonders of technology, and of course, and that also enabling people to come online, as I listened there to Senator Ferguson, and I myself managed to do it at one point. I know that's a big challenge, and I want to thank them for their actually succeeding in that. and also to the inspectors and participants who have had to, it requires a bit of patience to wait until you can all hear and, you know, get the settings right and so on. So thank you for the inspectors and the participants for their patience and perseverance in this new hybrid way of working. And I think for me, actually I'll say this, I think it is opened up the wider workings of government to a bigger audience. And it's something that I, having seen the way it went, and I'm going to take up to see how we can get planning committee meetings similarly streamed. Big challenge. They don't just happen every few years, they happen every 2 weeks. Or at least, sorry, once a month I think now. But it's a big challenge. So I'm going to take that away, and thank you for everybody to enabling that. And of course, it's always the pleasure to be in what I think is a lovely room. La Société Jersey's members' room. This is a pleasant venue, and I want to record them. Thank you for allowing us to do that. And for everyone who's given up their time to come along and participate and help our understanding of the most contentious issues in this plan. And there's no getting away that there are contentious issues. I've always said the plan presents the island and members with choices. There's no result where we can end up everybody being pleased. I'm sorry to tell you, that's in my view. You're going to be, what the task is to find the best fit that's right for the island and achieves that as best we can, that balance which we can all help the island deal with our problems. And of course we've seen individuals like the gentleman here, lots of organisations, businesses and voluntary groups, and of course states members. And I've really appreciated the way states members have come on board this time, because that was also another first. This is the first public planning inquiry process into an island plan where states members' amendments that they got a right under the law to bring to the plan are also subject to the same process of public examination. And I think that's something, and I've listened to the members engaging with that and answering your questions, sir, and I congratulate you on that, because it's a tough thing to do, to challenge politicians, because they can be very awkward, I know. But I know that I saw no problem that they really did engage with that. And I think that's really of value, and it's something that I would like to see how we can build into subsequent island plans. This time, that was done because of the COVID situation and how we needed to adjust the timetable. But I'm hoping that that's something that I want to be able to do. And I'd like to hear what the inspectors think about that, about whether it was too complicated. I'm not sure in other places you have to go along and deal with other politicians' amendments as well as the public's view on things. I don't know if you want to say anything.
Not what, right now, or do you want us
No,
to...
no, not at all. I mean, in your report, sir. In your report, if you like. You can put it as an aside. What do they call it in judges' terms? Obiter dicta or something at the end of off-piste comments, which were. And so I've heard lots of different viewpoints over the 8 days, and I really do believe that the outputs that come and will absolutely. So the sessions have assisted the inspectors, I feel sure about that, answer their key questions, and I also think it helps states members massively when we receive the inspector's report. And so what do we do? What's the guts of the thing? What's the facts? Well, we started out on strategic matters about the new places chapter. That considered the overarching strategic policies and proposals, and especially where development in the island goes and where it shouldn't go. And those are vitally important because they set the overall framework for the rest of the plan. And then so I have invited the inspectors to consider how robust those policies are. And then, of course, the big issue of homes. And that the new plan is key to doing that. How many homes? Where they ought to be provided? Big challenges. And so inspectors, I think their role is hugely important to help me and other states members in the decision making that's now going to go on the appropriateness of the plan, about whether it meets the needs, and setting out their views about the suitability of sites, all of them, that they've had to deal with so many. And then on day 4 we had a big impassioned debate, or at least I heard it, on how we should care for our most precious natural assets, the coast, the countrysides and our marine biodiversity. Now there are big differing views about need for change and what planning tools we've got to be able to look after them and protect them. So I've also invited the inspectors to set out how they think that this might be best achieved, having regard to the current proposals in the plan and the framework with which we can work. And then similarly, Jersey's historic environment, similar degrees of passion against the challenge of ensuring that older buildings remain in viable uses, against the challenges of climate change, carbon neutrality. And so the same thing, I've invited the inspectors to bring their views on what we set out in the plan. And then there's the big issue of town, the spatial strategy, our strong focus on delivering development in St Helier, really big challenge. And what the plan seeks to do, and I've invited the inspectors' opinions on this, is does this help us provide the necessary community infrastructure to support a growing urban population, and what the implications for the fabric of the town, and what the inspectors have to tell us is massively important and will be key. And of course there is the big issue of the new infrastructure, the huge issue of the new hospital. And I'm not going to go into that. That's there in the plan. And the island really awaits what the inspectors are going to tell us about that. And then, of course, carbon neutrality. Now here, because of COVID, we had hoped we would be farther forward in our plan. But we're fairly fast emerging, and in a few weeks, we'll be publishing proposals, real actions for public consultation. But, of course, what we've had to do is the draft island plan has sought to ensure that we can help ensure delivery of these carbon reduction plans. So new planning policy tools that are in there, and of course they're really important to the development industry, and they need to act. They know those policies need to work in the climate challenges of climate change, and again I'm looking forward to the inspectors' approach. The list is nearly noon, so you'll be pleased I'm going to wind up very soon. Hospitality sector has been badly affected by COVID. We all know that. Affected by the pandemic and Brexit. And of course, we're keen to ensure the draft plan helps the industry flourish and recover. And so same thing there. Please, sirs, I'm really looking forward to seeing your views on that, on the policy options available. I know all states members are. And then, of course, running down almost at the end of the list, hearings on minerals, waste and water. And of course, it's a small island, 46 square miles. As I often tell people when I meet people from other jurisdictions, there's no such thing as unused land in Jersey. There's no redundant land. Every bit of land is competing uses by the ton. And that's what we have to deal with. And with our population and our modern needs of sophisticated society, the plan is the tool that we have to try and find our way through that in the policies of the island plan. And again, the inspector's report, having heard and read everything as they've said, will be invaluable to us to make those decisions. And of course, they won't be my decisions. I'll have to make decisions on what changes I propose to the plan. Other states members will make their decisions, having read the comments. Well, what will that mean to their amendments? And then so that those things will come together, and the states will collectively make that decision in March. And I'll be sure there will be plenty of members of the public having lots of things to say during that process. We've got several months ahead. Before I finish, I'd like to thank the team on my right, the Island Plan Review team, and for representing me, because that's the task. Early on I said, what do you want me to do as Minister? Well, can you keep out, Minister? Well, I think that was the right thing, because throughout this process, the whole project, and I was absolutely paramount, it would be run on professional principles, on sound land use planning tools and protocols, and the team have done that incredibly. And what we've seen what I've seen in the last couple of weeks has been a thoroughly professional role, and thank you for doing that. And it's not easy, because I think this might be the first time, I think, for my team here, say my team, it's the Islands team, to actually be face-to-face with other politicians having to challenge and respond on a factual way without becoming very political. They've done that very well. So thank you. Steve Skelton, who I think you've seen once, he heads the team. Kevin Pilley, you've heard an awful lot of his done, and Natasha Day and Natasha Mazizak, and Marion here, Tracy Ingle, Alistair Coates and Ralph Buckles. They're not all full-time on it. They have other work to do, so please don't think there's this massive team. There is not. What you see here is the core team. They've been exemplar. And I certainly want to put that on record because it's important. And I want that on a public record, and I should be writing to the State's Chief Executive and to the Senior Officer of the States to make it think. As far as I'm concerned, I think, thank you, your performance here that you've tried to do, represent the plan fairly and answer the questions factually. Now, of course, we move to the politics. Now, politics start. Probably there'll be quite a bit of politics before we get the inspector's report, I suspect. There's all these hearings all over the media. But the inspector's report will put us into decision mode. As I said, they will look at the inspector's report, any existing, look at their amendments or any future amendments. And I really think that everybody concerned, I'm very pleased, I think from the point of view of a process, fair, open and transparent process done in a way that I think does Jersey proud. And I just want to say thank you for everybody, and I want to put those things on the record. And thank you for putting up with me for probably boring everybody for 10 minutes. Thank you, sir. Just want to say that.
Not at all. Thank you, Minister, and thank you for opening these hearings and for your kind words at closing. And on record, I would also like to put on record our thanks, particularly to your team. You have produced exceptional documentation, and certainly in our experience, and between us, Mr. Salter and myself have probably spent 50 or 60 years of our lives doing this sort of thing, and certainly I've never seen such comprehensive documentation that has been produced, and thank you very much, sir.
Yes, thank you from me too.
Thank you for your help, and of course Mrs. Wilson has been great, largely because she knows the personalities on the island, and the personalities on the island take some managing, if I may put it that way, and she has been very good and extremely helpful to us. So thank you to everybody. As far as our report is concerned, I mean, we are aiming to get our report to you very early in the new year, within the first 2 weeks, hopefully, of January. Unless something goes wrong, I'm sure we will be able to do that. It will be a report that focuses on what we see as the critical issues. It won't be a report which deals with individually with every representation. That sort of approach has gone. If we were to do that, we would be here writing for the next 6 months, I suspect. We did used to do that in England. Last report I did in England, one of the last reports, my report was 500 pages long, because we had a report on every representation, which really was not productive.
We used to do that. I've spent 2 years of my life doing one plan. But that was,
yeah, so it won't be that, but we will focus on the critical issues as we see them, as we've learnt about the plan. So hopefully we will be able to do that. You just lengthened our report a little bit by asking us to add some other comments. So we'll try and do that. And thank you all for participating. Thank you very much. I don't know if you want to say anything, Mr. Salter.
No, just to echo that, thank you very much to everybody who participated and to Helen. Thank you.
Thank you.
The inspectors around the